with no problem. Now, this is an invitation, and today's event really provides us with this opportunity to think not only about historical background behind the temporary protection directive and temporary protection in Europe, but also to assess key issues in relation to the activation and implementation of the directive, lessons learned, and experiences from non-EU countries which have been dealing with very similar situations, applying temporary protection and also handling a large-scale movement of asylum seekers, but also critically reflect on current guiding principles and normative parameters of EU asylum policy, particularly in light of refugee protection and human rights standards. And as you will see, the commonality between the three projects is our interest in implementing United Nations Global Compact on Refugees, which, together with the Global Compact on Migration, take a human-centric approach, a non-discriminatory approach, and a protection-driven view on these matters, and call for international solidarity, putting individuals' agency at the heart. So the program is being structured accordingly, and to start, being very grateful also to count it with in the opening with Michael Mosko-Bakos, Policy Officer dealing with migration at DG Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Michael, you have the floor.
Great. Good morning, Sergio. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much to the organizers for combining your forces to respond to this evolving and unprecedented situation. This is really a highly appreciated initiative. So my name is Michalis Moschovakos. I am a policy officer in the Director General for Research and Innovation in the unit that deals with SSH, Social Science and Humanities, and I deal, among others, with a migration file, a file with which I deal throughout my professional career, but also at a personal level. Let me start by giving an overview of the state of play as regards to research on migration at the EU level, what has been done, where we stand, what we plan for the future. I would like to begin with a reference to the previous programming period, 2014-2020, which was actually a period that signaled a big change where migration research took a center stage. During this period, we invested massively in migration research. In total, through Horizon 2020, we invested more than 100 million euro in 40 migration projects. These are state-of-the-art projects that are pushing conceptual boundaries and developing truly international research with partners and case studies from all across Europe and many different regions of the world. We fund international research partnerships on migration across the world with research on 34 countries in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America. Now, this was a massive investment, and it was for a good reason. I mean, after the migratory refugee crisis of 2015, this was part of the Commission's response, because on top of the migrants who arrived legally in the EU, and just to give you a number, we had in 2019 around 3 million people who arrived legally. In the previous decade, we saw also an increase in irregular migration in and around the EU, as well as increased flows of individuals seeking asylum, often escaping from impossible situations. In light of all these, new dynamics and challenges unveiled complexities of migration, which we needed to better understand in order to better govern it. And that is why we developed and financed a comprehensive migration research agenda on topics such as governance, asylum and forced displacement, migration development nexus, climate change, integration, narratives, and forecasting. Now, since 2021, we are in the new programming period, and as I'm sure you are well aware, Horizon Europe is the name of the successor of Horizon 2020. Now, in Horizon Europe, we continue to fund key research on migration and mobility, filling the knowledge gaps, which are most pressing for policymakers across the EU. And that is why during the first couple of years of the implementation of Horizon Europe in the work program of 21-22, as we call it, in cluster 2, we have allocated 30 million euro around 4 topics to cover areas such as the number of irregular migrants, conditions in which they live, decision-making processes, and return and readmission policies. These are all topics that we have developed together with our stakeholders and the member states. And as I said, we want to fill the identified gaps with new knowledge. At the same time, we are working for the past year and a little bit more to prepare the next work program for the next couple of years of Horizon Europe, so 23-24. And there our vision is really to harness the knowledge produced under the Horizon 2020 and translate it into tangible and usable policy results. I mean, by our estimations, in this 40 project that I mentioned that we funded through Horizon 2020, 3 of which are the organizers of today's event, we estimate that we have around 1,000 researchers involved to a greater or a lesser extent. 1,000 really resource persons who constitute the largest migration network in the world, if one could think of like this. So we want to bring this community together. We want to give our researchers really a European hat, and we want to bring the knowledge together and establish a continuation of our investment. And we want to put this knowledge into good use. Yeah, this is the key. We want to inform the EU migration policy, namely the new Pact on Migration and Asylum, and by drawing from the lessons learned in the past to be ready for the future. Now, normally I would have stopped here with my intervention, but I think the 24th of February really drew a line for all of us, and no one can claim that is not affected. Since the war outburst in the Ukraine, all services, all institutions and organizations are looking into ways of supporting from their corner the people fleeing their homes in a meaningful way. Now, as Sergio mentioned, the Commission responded very quickly to give temporary protection status, allow intra-EU mobility and access to the labor market to Ukrainian refugees. And many of our DGs, the Commission services, are doing bigger or smaller adaptations to their programs and their actions to cope with the situation. We, from the research angle, we are also looking into ways, we are also debating what would be the best way to respond to the situation. Now, I certainly do not exclude that in the next work program there could be research topics dedicated solely to the Ukrainian, to supporting the Ukrainian refugees support the whole situation from the various angles. However, we are aware that if that would be the case, first results will come at the best in 1.5-2 years' time. Just to give you the timeline, the work program we plan for the next 2 years, we plan to publish it by the end of the year, and the next year will be dedicated to the call and the contracting. So as of 2024, the projects will roll out, and I don't see any results coming earlier than the end of 24, beginning 25. And that is why really we are leaning towards examining how projects can support, how ongoing projects can support the situation without, of course, losing their scope. How can they adapt their results to make them usable in the Ukrainian situation in a meaningful way? So that's just to say that, they did something just for the sake of doing, but really have a meaningful impact. And I think this is what I can share where we stand regarding the Ukrainian war. So I would like to say, and with this I will conclude my intervention, that the seminar today is very relevant, and I'm very eager to listen to today's discussion to see how your work can support the Ukrainian people. So once again, I would like to thank you for the initiative of organizing this event, And I'm very much looking forward for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We are very grateful to have this opportunity, and really big thanks on behalf of all the colleagues to DG Research and the European Research Executive Agency for all the support and activities that you are putting forward and indeed supporting. We are very privileged to be able to be part of this conversation and this community of researchers that you mentioned, interdisciplinary community of researchers working on migration studies and refugee studies. So big thanks. Now it's time for the coordinators of the projects to briefly introduce our projects. We don't have much time. We've agreed that I should go first, briefly introduce Asile Project. You guys can find all the information in our website, asileproject.eu. And we basically, in the Asile Network, which is an excellent consortium, start from a non-Eurocentric view on this conversation, meaning that we are drawing lessons learned and practices in asylum governance systems around the world, in different countries such as Jordan, Canada, Brazil, South Africa, really to draw lessons when coming back to the European Union debate on refugee protection and asylum. And we are paying particular attention on implementation dynamics and impacts of EU arrangements, third-country arrangements and agreements, with countries like Niger, Tunisia, and Serbia, really looking in detail on the impact of these instruments on human rights, refugee protection, and responsibility. And the project takes an angle of examining the effectiveness, fairness, and consistency of these policies. Coming back to the UN Global Compact on refugees, a political commitment founded on legal obligations by all signatories to comply with refugee protection and human rights. Now, when it comes to asylum, of course, we couldn't foresee what is happening now in Ukraine, but the project does provide evidence of direct relevance to EU responses and implementation of EU responses. We just published recently a paper with a few colleagues that is available in our website, highlighting the importance to examine the medium and long-term issues in the implementation of the temporary protection directive, and also drawing lessons learned. We will discuss this in the next panels from South American countries and Turkey when dealing with temporary protection and large-scale displacements. And we have a new forum published in our website, together with my colleague Meltem Ineli, who will be speaking in panel 1, where we are actually combining a collective academic conversation on key issues related to implementation. We will have some of the speakers in the next panel presenting experience in Hungary, for example. So this is it for Asile. Many things we could say, but we have no more time. Next, perhaps Hakan.
Thank you, Sergio. And I would also like to extend the thanks of our consortium for this collaboration with you, Asile and Valner projects. Since this is about project presentation, I will directly jump into that. Protect is in its aims very similar to the Asile project that you heard about now, but we are doing things a bit differently. The main objective is to discover ways of bringing the international refugee system closer to the highest international human rights standards. This comes out of a concern that we have had about the implementation of protection policies in different contexts, including, for example, the US-Mexico border, the Mediterranean zone, and the huge problems that we have experienced and have been reading about since 2014. We had no Ukraine crisis, Ukraine war at that time. So Ukraine is not directly included in our projects. But however, when the Ukraine crisis arose, we saw that many of the things that we have been doing are directly relevant for use in Ukraine. Now, nobody can come with 100% certain results concerning Ukraine and refugees or people fleeing the Ukrainian war at this stage, because this is an ongoing process. The first thing that we learned in science is that, at least in political science, you have to start researching on something when the process has ended, because otherwise you don't have a dependent variable. But still, we can use the lessons learned from other historical instances and other regions on the Ukraine case. Now, more specifically, for this purpose, we are searching for the legal norms, institutional architectures and procedures, and public discourses that have best served the goal of coming closer to the human rights standards that we are longing for in refugee protection. The empirical focus of the project is on the development and implementation of the 2 global compacts for refugees and migration, the Common European Asylum System and the European Union's latest Migration and Asylum Pact. And the geographical focus is on the European Union, Canada, and South Africa. So the project is based on a comparison of 3 regions, how the global compacts are implemented in these 3 regions, how different regional arrangements are being implemented there, how these interact with the global compacts, and how close the global compact can bring these different national and regional protection systems to human rights. So for this purpose, we are doing, for example, legal doctrinal studies of the global compacts and the Common European Asylum System. You're going to listen to Elspeth Geilt's presentation soon. She's leading that work with another colleague. We are doing quantitative studies of how different ways of institutionalizing asylum recognition procedures affect the quality of international protection. We have coded the asylum systems and procedures of 17 countries, including Canada and South Africa, and we are looking at how they have been performing for the last 20 years. And what are the best ways of organizing in order to achieve the best solutions for coming closer to the human rights standards. We are also doing historical comparative studies of different ways of organizing asylum recognition institutions. Again, Canada, Europe, and South Africa. We are trying to showcase which ways of organizing international protection nationally give the best results in coming closer to best human rights standards. And again, ethnographic studies of field level governance of international protection regarding international collaboration at refugee intense border zones, Canada, South Africa, and Europe again. And we are doing surveys of citizen attitudes to different policies, methods, and ways of protecting refugees in 26 countries. These 26 countries include both European Union member states and also some transit countries like Turkey, Mexico, and US, Canada as well. And we are doing big data studies of public discourses on international protection in new and traditional media. Now, what brings together all these different research efforts is actually we are trying to find, as I said, the best ways of organizing international protection institutionally and normatively and discursively, and to test the efficiency of those systems in times of crisis, in times against citizen pressure and against international pressure. For example, we have asked in the surveys questions to citizens about how they view different ways of protecting refugees. And without mentioning the Global Compact or Common European Asylum System, they are responding to these. Now, when the European Union wants to implement a policy or introduce a policy, we will know how citizens will react to that. Let me say, I have 1 minute more. Regarding the Ukrainian crisis, as a result of this project, we will know how resilient our protection institutions and norms are in different kinds of crisis, and which ones have worked best, and whether it's possible to use these in a situation like the Ukrainian crisis. And we can also say a lot about which discourses to avoid and which discourses to promote by both state and international organizations. I'm really hoping that some of these studies may be of use for helping the Ukrainian people who are in a dire situation. I will cut it here. Thank you. Look, yeah.
Take the floor. Thank you very much, Hakan Sichakan. So first of all, good morning, everyone. My name is Kleb. I'm a head of research group in the Department of Law and Anthropology of the Max Planck Institute for Social Anthropology. And I'm also the coordinator of the WNER project. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. And I'd like to extend my thanks to Sergio Carrera and Hakan Sichakan for the energy they put in getting to this common event. Thank you very much also to Azil's team for hosting us today. I'll just say very briefly, and I'll try to be to the point, given that the information needed can be found on our website, www.wner.eu. And I'll try now to just sketch the basic question which we are asking and which we are trying to answer through our WNER project. The WNER project starts from a common observation, which is that vulnerabilities flooding the legal and policy discourse on asylum and migration. Just think about the EU directives on asylum, which include the requirement to address the specific needs of vulnerable asylum seekers. Just think about the current proposal to establish a common border screening procedure that will include a vulnerability assessment, a vulnerability screening, and or again about the UN global compacts, which both refer to the need to address the specific needs of vulnerable migrants and asylum seekers. Yet, there is no common understanding of what the vulnerabilities of migrants and asylum seekers are, nor of how they should be identified, how they should be assessed, and how they should be addressed. And what we try to do with our project is to answer this knowledge gap by producing knowledge that will help in reaching such a common understanding, or at least a better understanding of the vulnerabilities of migrants and how best to address them. We therefore all make use in each of the countries under study and in the different migration contexts that they address of a two-tier approach. First, we seek to document, to understand the practices of the public servants who are mobilizing vulnerability, who are applying and in concrete cases, this overall requirement, this overarching requirement of addressing the specific needs of vulnerable migrants and asylum seekers. We want to know what they understand by it, what kind of content they put behind this very vague notion and this very vague requirement of addressing vulnerability. And we also want to know to what extent does this overall requirement actually impact their practices, how they adapt their behavior depending on the vulnerable people, on the vulnerabilities that they have identified. That's the first phase of our project, which is over now. We're now in the second phase of our project, in which we go into migrant communities to try to understand the extent to which they relate to these vulnerability assessment practices. do they have the feeling that this actually reflects their own experiences of vulnerability? And how do they adapt their behavior to this existing vulnerability assessment mechanism? Do they seek to portray themselves as more vulnerable in order to gain access to certain advantages? And how does that happen in practice? The first research phase is over, as I cited before, and we've already issued some policy recommendation, including a common policy recommendation on the practices of public servants and how they could be improved. This recommendation can be found on a website, and I believe some might be relevant when addressing the current mass displacement that's taking place following the war in Ukraine. But I think that this will be made even more concrete and clear by the two VINER researchers who are taking part to the panel. And I'm referring here to the presentations of my colleagues, Letizia Palumbo and Sophie Nakuera. I will now give the floor to the speakers to get to the core of the presentation, which I believe will prove to be very interesting. Thank you very much. The floor is back to you, Aken.
Thank you very much, Luke. Now we start head-on with panel one. Welcome to panel one, which is about the activation and implementation of the Temporary Protection Directive. Of course, there is really a lot to say and to look at concerning the implementation of the Temporary Protection Directive, but we have chosen some important aspects in this panel. You have already the written version of the panel description. I will here very briefly mention what the speakers are going to talk about, so that you see the link between them. Our first speaker will be Boldizar Nagy from the Central European University, a professor at the Central European University. He's going to talk about why Visegrad countries adopt a radically different protection policy approach as compared with the situation in 2015. This is then the starter to show how Europe started to react to what's happening in Ukraine. The second speaker is my project partner, Professor Elspeth Gild. She's leading our legal work package together with Professor Jürgen Bast from Gießen University. And she's a professor at Queen Mary University of London. She's going to talk about the temporary protection scheme from the perspective of free choice of member state to seek registration. This is again about the first phases of coming into Europe and having the freedom to choose a member state to register. The third speaker is a representative of the Asile project, Meltem İneli Ciğer from Süleyman Demirel University, Turkey. She's working as a professor there. She's going to talk about access of the temporary protection beneficiaries to rights and entitlements and future challenges of access to fundamental rights. The last speaker is a professor at Ko Foscari University. She is representing the Vulner project in this panel, Letizia Palumbo. She's going to talk about the situations of vulnerability of victims of potential victims of exploitation and trafficking. These are situations that have arisen in almost all refugee situations, and these may happen also in connection with the Ukrainian refugees. Although we don't have direct research about this, it will be very interesting to hear what might happen with Ukrainian refugees as well. Now, I would like to give the floor first to Boldizar Nagy from Central European University. The floor is yours, Boldizar.
Thank you so much, First, thanks to the organizers for having invited me, even though I have no legitimacy to represent the V4, not even Hungary. My contribution would be entitled, if it had a title, What Hungary Does and Why the V4 Appear to Have Changed Their Mind, but mainly they did not. And I will deliver good news and bad news, being a bit more detailed on Hungary and then turning to the V4. I will have like 7 items: denial, hypocrisy, discrimination, conveying false images, dividing the civil society, tightening the rules, and then a look at the V4. As to denial, in fact, Hungary, and to some extent other states, but much more Hungary, is in denial. It still pretends that there is no large-scale task for the state. So it is all delegated, or mostly delegated, to this civil sector. And whatever the state does are ad hoc and not sustainable measures. It's characteristics that the accommodation is delegated to the disaster management agency, not to a refugee office or the refugee network, because it doesn't exist. It has been demolished in the recent years. Also, employers are expected to assist the new employees. So the whole vision is that this is a labor market issue. And even then, it's not the state, but the employers who should partly subsidize accommodation and travel of the new Ukrainian employees. There's still a lack of state-run reception institutions. People who are accommodated in ad hoc centers like in schools and gyms and the like. So that's the denial element. Hypocrisy. Whereas Hungary is, and that's the good news, really receiving anyone who comes from Ukraine, either directly or through Romania. There's no difference made in that respect. The attitude towards all the other asylum seekers who might approach Hungary has not changed. It is sheer pushback. It is still a denial to access to territory and access to protection. And there is racism involved, as you can read in one of the studies on the forum. Just to quote the Hungarian Deputy Prime Minister at a meeting in March, he said that there is a major difference between the Ukrainians and the others. And essentially, he conveyed the idea that Islam is incompatible with the Hungarian or the European social orders, and Brussels is sending Muslim asylum seekers because they want to demolish the nation state. So it's that kind of very simple racist talk which is prevailing in the discourse. Discrimination is my third item. As has been noted by observers, Hungary does make a difference, an unjustified difference, between those who are Ukrainian nationals or had been protected in Ukraine and third country nationals who were permanent residents in Ukraine. Contrary to the Council decision, in Hungary, they do not get a national protection, an adequate protection under national law. They are tolerated for a short period of time. The fourth item is conveying false images. If you look at the statistics, out of the 5.6 million people who left Ukraine, Hungary claims to have received 539,000. And even though the numbers are slowing down, still in the last months, more than 160,000 people came. Now, what happens to these people? Many of them move on. We don't have precise statistics how many of them moved on, and many of these people may have been counted already in Moldova or Romania. What we do know is that the state-run institutions have provided accommodation altogether to 10,000 persons, 10,259 by 29th of April, out of 5,500,000. And in terms of the application for temporary protection, which is a procedure, it's not ipso facto, roughly 18,000 people submitted an application and 7,797 have been given or have been recognized as temporarily protected by 27th of April. So the conveying of the false images that we are confronted with a very large number of Ukrainians seeking protection within Hungary, this is not de facto the case. Dividing the civil society, the government has pushed away the task largely and pushed it on to civil society, but in a very unequal fashion. There are 5 religious organizations and the Red Cross who have been financed generously in their efforts to receive the asylum seekers at the border and elsewhere and accommodate them and consult them and the system. But all the rest of the civil society, which was very, very active and still is in the reception process, they are excluded from the ambit of the state support and care. So, for example, they are not even allowed to enter the centralized reception hall, which had been set up in Budapest with 1 month's delay, 1 month after the people started to come. Tightening the rules, and that's the last before we come to the V4, unfortunately and regrettably, the rules are being tightened. So back on the 24th of February, Hungary adopted a national temporary protection rule, which did include third country nationals who lived in Ukraine and needed protection. The system was changed on the 8th of March due to the council decision, and these people were excluded from that. Now, more recent changes came 29 and 30 April, which, for example, included that applicants for temporary protection status do no longer get subsistence allowance. So far they did, and now they are excluded from this minimal sum of 160 euros per month, not per week, per month. That much about what happens in Hungary. It does to some extent differ from the other V4 countries, and to some extent it's very similar. I mean, you read another contribution on that forum and you see that in Poland, it was also the civil sector which was very instrumental in receiving the much larger number of asylum seekers and others from Ukraine. So what is the situation with Poland? My observation is that Poland and Hungary essentially have not changed their attitude towards asylum seekers. Pushback is still prevailing. Look at the Belarus and Polish border. Nothing has changed there. Neither in Hungary. Anyone else who comes not from Ukraine is either prevented from accessing the territory or is pushed through the fence to Serbia. No change in the rules. All the treatment of the Ukrainians is based on exceptional rules. But why then do the states at all open their borders? And I have a number of arguments for that. One is constructing a kind of a European identity. The treatment of asylum seekers and refugees is always identity construction of those who receive them. And here the idea is that we construct our European identity by dealing with the fellow Europeans. It's remarkable, and that has been mentioned by colleagues as well in the fora, that there was a large Ukrainian diaspora in all the 4 V4 countries. Figures differ. Eurostat says that at the end of 2020, there were 500,000 residence permits in Poland issued for Ukrainians. In the Czech Republic, 165,000, in Hungary, 58, and in Slovakia, 40,000. So there were anchors in those states. So if there's chain migration, it's logical that people come to these countries. There was no legal escape of safe third countries and countries of first asylum. In respect of the Syrians and others, EU states, not only the V4, exploit safe third country arguments, country first asylum arguments. This could not be done here, obviously. Hungary and Poland wants to alleviate its bad image within the EU, and they successfully do so, I guess so. Poland, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic may have anti-Russian sentiments. I mean, what used to be Czechoslovakia was invaded by Russians and others in '68, so they do remember that. But, and it's not opposing this, there might be a Slav kinship feeling, again, in the same 3 countries, that the language is closed, the culture is closed. I mean, we all know that the territories affected sort of shifted between Poland and what is now Ukraine. There might be an unconfessed guilt on behalf of Hungary for preventing Ukraine from joining the NATO. I mean, it was Hungary which blocked its approach to NATO based on minority rights arguments. And so In public, the government says the opposite, but I believe that there might be that kind of guilt. And it is also a tool, I mean, the openness is a tool to gain access to the resources of the EU. Chair, I'm coming to my last words, my conclusion. So in my view, the belated and half-hearted actions of the Hungarian government do not represent a genuine change, neither do the Polish moves. The Czechs and the Slovaks essentially continued a kind of restrained but still low conform reception of the asylum seekers. I believe this openness towards the Ukrainians is a camouflage of the total denial of solidarity with the persecuted of the rest of the world, especially if they are not Christian or have different skin color. The silver lining is that the civil society in all of these states have stepped in and performed magically, and is still performing magically. And my last words, I believe that in the longer term, half a year, the task will increase with 1 or 2 orders of magnitude. Think of Hungary, as I said, 10,000 people have been accommodated. But in the longer term, probably 100,000 will have to be accommodated, or 300,000 in Hungary. And this is no longer something which can be handled by the civil sector. So the state has to step in. It has to change its attitude genuinely. Ladies and gentlemen, and all others, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Baldizar. On that very optimistic note, I give the floor to Elspeth Gild.
Thank you very much, Hakan, and thank you very much to everyone who has participated in putting together this program. I think there is an awful lot of interest in knowledge creation about the temporary protection scheme and how the EU is dealing with substantial influxes of persons. Now, I do have a PowerPoint, but I don't seem to have been given the permission to share it. So I think, Miriam, you said you had it?
Yes, I can put it on. I'm putting it on.
Great. Okay, I think I would have to be given a different status to be able to share my PowerPoint. Thank you very much. I suppose this also means that I can't move it forward. If you could move to the first slide, please. I have no control over this screen. Sorry, everybody. So the first thing I wanted to do was to provide a bit of background to everyone about the timeline. Now, we can do very long timelines or short timelines, but for the purposes of this morning, I take the annexation of Crimea in March 2014 as our starting place. This is when the idea that Ukraine could be subject to being chopped up and recomposed took hold. One of the early responses of the European Union was to lift the mandatory visa requirements for Ukrainians, only for those with biometric passports, and that passed in 2017. So we already see a very generous approach, one very different from the EU's approach to, for instance, Syrians fleeing civil war in their country. Then we have the critical date, the 24th of February, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, followed very rapidly on the 4th of March with the opening of the temporary protection scheme. By the 21st of March, the Commission had issued a communication on the correct application of the temporary protection scheme. Could we have the next slide, please? I've put in here the Eurostat statistics on the issue of first residence permits by country for the 3 years up to the most recent one, that's 2018, 19, and 20. And as you can see, without any temporary protection scheme, is there a problem? No, I'll assume there isn't a problem. Someone let me know if there's a problem and you can't hear me. Right.
No, I just mute everybody.
Thank you. We have, you can see that in comparison with other countries, Ukrainians formed an enormous percentage of persons receiving first residence permits from 2018 to 2002. And that goes back, you can go back earlier indeed to 2014, but I've only taken the more recent statistics. And almost the totality of these first residence permits issued to Ukrainians over that period were for the purposes of work. Could we have the next slide, please? Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. What about the Temporary Protection Directive? What response did the EU have to the invasion of Ukraine? And we've already seen that we were encountering very substantial numbers of Ukrainians moving to the EU over at least 3 years, but pretty more like 7 years before the invasion of Ukraine. The Temporary Protection Directive, adopted in 2001, is usually called the Unloved Directive. And in the new pact published in September last year, the Commission proposed to repeal it. All of a sudden, it became valuable. And according to its preamble, as you can see there, it is designed for cases of mass influx. Its origins are really in the Balkan Wars from 1992, 94, and then again in 1999, seeking to find alternative solutions for extended and overreached asylum systems to deal with mass influx. Could I have the next slide, please? The legal framework of a temporary protection scheme is set out in Article 5. A member state makes a request. The Commission considers the request, and if it is favorable, it makes a proposal. The Council decides on the basis of qualified majority voting. So you can have a number of member states that are opposed, and the scheme will be opened. And the contents which are determined in the Council decision include the definition of what is a mass influx, what is the personal scope of the scheme, the date on which the scheme opens, that was chosen to be the 24th of February. Anyone resident in Ukraine on the 24th of February is within the scheme. Those who left earlier are in difficulties. There must be a decision of the estimated scale, information on reception capacity of the member states, and UNHCR's opinion. And UNHCR has been very favorable to the opening of the temporary protection scheme. Could I have the next slide, please? Where are the Ukrainians today in the EU? Those who come within the scope of the temporary protection scheme, those who were resident in Ukraine on or before the 24th of February. We have 3 million in Poland, where the TP scheme is applicable, over 800,000 in Romania. The Russian Federation has about 681,000. Hungary, you can see there with the temporary protection scheme, has 530. Moldova has about 447,000. Slovakia, within the temporary protection scheme, has 378,000, and Belarus, 25,000. So is the question mark is very much, where are our 5.5 million Ukrainians, and to what extent is the temporary protection scheme an important factor in their decision-making about where to go? I will leave you to draw your own conclusions from those statistics. However, I would mention that the Poland-Romania conjunction is particularly important in light of the whole framework of the Common European Asylum System. Could I have the next slide, please? What are the rights that holders of temporary protection have? Well, they get a residence permit to show that they are somebody protected by the scheme, information about what they're entitled to, housing, social welfare, means of subsistence, medical care, access to employment and self-employment, family reunification with first-degree family members, and special provisions for persons in vulnerable situations. So that's your bundle of rights. And as you can see, if you compare it to the Reception Conditions Directive of the Common European Asylum System, temporary protection gives much better and much more immediate rights than persons coming within the Reception Conditions Directive. Could I have the next slide, please? What about the recognition of rights? And within the Odysseus network, we've had a bit of a discussion about what the temporary protection scheme does. The Commission is very firmly on the side of saying that it is declaratory, that when you read the directive, the obligations are on states to provide to persons who come within the scope, the personal scope of the directive, these rights. These people do not apply for temporary protection. They are entitled to it because they fulfill the conditions. This is a bit like the definition of a refugee in the 51 Convention and UNHCR handbook. It's a bit also like having free movement rights as an EU citizen. You have them because you fit the definition, not because the state gives you these rights. You are within a TP scheme because you are a Ukrainian, or I'll come to a minute to the people who are covered, the personal scope, not because you've applied to the state and the state has decided you are entitled to a particular status. What you get from the state is registration of your claim, a check that you do in fact fulfill the criteria and you are within the personal scope, but it is not constitutive of your rights. So persons within the scheme are entitled to the rights under the scheme before the state has checked whether or not they fulfill the conditions. If they say, I am a Ukrainian and I am entitled to temporary protection, it's like a person turning up, a Spanish national turning up in Germany saying, I'm an EU citizen, I'm entitled to be here, but my passport's been stolen. That person is entitled to remain to provide evidence of his or her nationality. The German authorities cannot automatically assume that the person is an irregular third country national migrant. The personal scope, we have persons resident in Ukraine on the 24th of February. Those who weren't, who had left earlier, and many people left before the 24th, the Commission recommends the extension of the program to those persons. So persons who may have been studying, Ukrainians who may have been studying in other EU member states or were on visits there, many people left Ukraine before the invasion. They were much less certain that there would not be an invasion than a number of EU member state departments of foreign affairs. Also,
Elspeth, will you please round up? The time is up.
I will, yes, I will.
Thank you.
It also includes persons in receipt of international protection in Ukraine. So when Boldazar is concerned about long-term resident third country nationals, the Commission recommends the extension of the scheme to them. But in fact, it's only persons in need of international protection, and the scheme is 12 months or longer. Could I have the next slide, please? There's a non-application of Article 11. So anyone who has temporary protection, is entitled to temporary protection, can move anywhere in the EU. They do not have to stay in the first member state they arrive in. And that makes particularly important the information on the numbers in Poland and Romania. All these people could move to Luxembourg tomorrow if they wanted to, all 5.5 million of them. but they have chosen not to. And I won't go into the ins and outs of that. The Commission explains that as Ukrainians don't require visas, and it's recommended that travel documents which are not biometric are recognized for travel. That means that they're entitled to move under the Schengen Borders Code. And the question is then where they choose to register. And once they've registered, then they have movement once again under the Schengen Borders Code. Could I have the next slide, please? That's the end of my presentation. And what I would like to point out is that when you have a Ukrainian and a Syrian who go to the aliens office in a member state at the same time, the Ukrainian produces evidence that she was resident in Ukraine on the 24th of February, and she immediately gets a document and writes. The Syrian produces her passport or her evidence of her identity, and she gets put into the Common European Asylum System and will have to struggle to get registered first with the aliens authority, and then to get reception conditions under the Reception Conditions Directive. So you have what appears to the rest of the world outside the EU and our EU bubble, an enormous discrimination between the treatment of Ukrainians and the treatment of other persons in flight who have very high recognition rates in the EU. Thank you very much for your attention, and you can get rid of the, thank you very much.
Thank you, Elspeth. At this point, we have to change the schedule a little bit and ask Cecilia Verkley, Deputy Head of the Asylum Unit at DG Home, to comment on this and come with her own reflections. The floor is yours, Cecilia Verkley.
Thank you, Hakan, and thank you also to Sergio and all the other colleagues for having invited me and for having organized this very, very important getting together. And many thanks also for all the information in the links. I've made all the copies to the projects, so I'm sure this will be important information also for our future work. I think it was Hakan who said it, but maybe also others. At some point in time, of course, we will start looking into how the directive worked in this particular situation and which lessons we can draw from it, not only for future, let's say, mass influxes, but also, let's say, for the wider asylum debate, because there are important issues which are, let's say, horizontal to all of these matters, including, but not limited to, for example, the issue of solidarity. Because as you may have noticed, the Temporary Protection Directive wants to, let's say, achieve two key objectives in case of a mass influx of what it calls displaced person. And the first one is to avoid that the asylum systems of the member states get completely overwhelmed. And the second objective is to achieve what the directive calls a balance of efforts, which you could read as, let's say, achieving a certain level of solidarity between the member states. So those are important, let's say, aims of the instrument, and I'm sure we will find a moment to, as a commission, but also with stakeholders, to look closer to this. Many thanks to Mrs. Gill for already outlining the directive. I won't do that. There is no need for that. And also mentioning our guidelines of March. We continue getting a lot of questions from our member states, and we continue to go back to them by replying to very, very many different scenarios which they now encounter. Because if there was one thing where I think we are all in the same boat, is that we are learning by doing. It's the first time the directive is triggered, and that means that although we had the directive in a shelf somewhere, there was no experience how to implement it. And also on the ground, the member states are trying to find out what are the best practices. And what is I think important to to mention in the context of our decision making to propose to the Council the activation of the directive. Well, there are a number of issues which came into play when we started looking at the possible numbers that could come our way, and I mean the way of the Union, if the Russian Federation would invade Ukraine. When we saw the numbers which were presented to us by our internal situational awareness unit, it became rather clear that if the invasion would cover a substantial part of Ukraine, that we would be heading for a couple of million of people to the Union. And we considered that enough to fulfill the criteria of mass influx. And that's why we thought it was time to activate a directive which I tend to call a sleeping beauty. I didn't know it was called an unloved directive, but it is, in my view, a sleeping beauty in the sense that it provides you with a workable framework, and it provides you with quick means to allow people to enter the Union and to give them this immediate protection. As Mrs. Gild already said, it is declaratory. So you don't need to fill in all kinds of sorts of applications which would have not allowed all these people to enter the Union in the way they could do now. Just maybe to clarify, it is true that in the proposals under the pact, the Commission proposes to repeal the Temporary Protection Directive, but the reason is that we thought it was better to repeal it than just to amend it and to come up with an entirely new instrument which would cover more than just the situations covered by the Temporary Protection Directive. But it's not because we thought the directive was, let's say, not an instrument which we could apply if need be. Important also to notice, and I think I heard a bit of an echo in the presentation of Mr. Nagy, it's of course the geopolitical context of all this. In the run-up to this invasion, but also later on, it was very clear that the Russian Federation was threatening several of our member states, be it in the context of NATO, so towards Finland and Sweden, also towards Romania and Bulgaria. And we have seen already also since June, July last year, the attempts by Belarus to destabilize the Union through destabilizing Latvia, Poland, and Lithuania. So this has a wider impact beyond just a crisis of a high number of people coming in. This has a European and even a broader context and impact. And I'm leaving aside everything what this means for our energy. And interestingly, this morning I heard on the Flemish radio that there was a large support, at least in Belgium, for what is happening in terms of the decision making in Europe and in the member states at national level. So this is for us, and I just quote our commissioner, this is for us the highest or the most largest refugee crisis since the Second World War on European territory. And I think that also explains to a large extent why Europe reacts as it does. But the geopolitical context, I think, should certainly not be forgotten here. And I'd like to leave it to this, but I would like to thank very much the previous speakers and also all the work done in your research project. And it will certainly be part also of our further thinking about the implementation of this instrument, but also I would say the impact this is likely to have on the discussions on the pact. Many thanks again.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. I have a question both to you and to the rest of the panel, but since you're going to leave, I want to ask this to you. This is coming from the audience. They are wondering about the discrimination situation. Do you have any comments about this?
I know it is a bit of a sensitive issue. We have, let's say, heard stories about discrimination in two ways. One was about people having difficulty entering the union when the people started coming to the union, including also, for example, groups of Romas, or let's say students from Africa who tried to enter the union because they wanted to travel back to their home country. So we have heard those stories where, in fact, our commissioner, who was on her way to visit a couple of the frontline states, and also other commissioners or vice presidents, Skinas, took up those stories and discussed them with the local authorities. So we have reached out immediately to say, well, it is important that you let everybody in, and if they don't have proper documentation, we advise you to let them in on humanitarian grounds. On the other comparison, and that's a comparison we often hear between the 2015 and now 2022. I understood that in 2015, the position of the council was we don't have a mass influx. We're not confronted with a mass influx, so we see no need to activate this directive. Of course, the criterion of mass influx, there are no definitions of this. It means, of course, a large group of people, but what is a large group compared to what? But that has been apparently the main reason why we are in a different situation now, where we consider, in view of the numbers we saw and we got, that we indeed are facing a mass influx. Just to give an example, when we presented our proposal to the council on the 2nd of March, we had 870,000 people on EU territory. And the next day, when the council discussed and decided on the 3rd of March, we are already having 1 million. So the figures went up with large numbers per day. And that certainly also has made the council understood, as we already had seen in our, let's say, estimations and predictions, that the numbers were going up very, very quickly, and very clearly all all people coming to the EU, and including also Moldova for that reason. So that has been the difference in approach concerning Syria and Ukraine, as far as I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia, and thank you very much for coming here and being with us and being willing to listen to us. We go further with the program, and I would like to remind that the audience has the possibility to send questions to us, and during the Q&A session that will start after the last discussant, and the panel members will try to answer them as good as they can. Now, Meltem İneliciğer from Süleyman Demirel University, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hakan. Good morning, dear colleagues. I wish to start by thanking the Azile, Protect and Vulner projects for the invitation. I've been working on temporary protection for more than a decade now, so I can talk for hours on the topic. But since we have limited time, our chair, Hakan, asked me to focus on the rights of Ukrainians as temporary protection beneficiaries in the Union. So today I will first look at the rights and entitlements of temporary protection beneficiaries under the directive, and then identify a number of possible and potential challenges that may arise in the future in this regard. Temporary Protection Directive, as mentioned before, which was not implemented in 21 years of existence, was activated for the first time by the Council this year to respond to forced displacement from Ukraine. When one looks at how the rights and entitlements of persons who have fled the war in Ukraine are regulated in the EU, the first question that we need to address is whether a certain person falls within the scope of the Temporary Protection Directive and the Council's implementing decision. If the answer is yes, it is also important in which member state the said person is registered as a temporary protection beneficiary is also important. As Espat mentioned, Temporary Protection Directive read together with the Council's implementing decision means that the following will be eligible for temporary protection status: Ukrainian nationals residing in Ukraine before the conflict began, who have been displaced on or after 24th of February, as well as their family members. stateless persons and third country nationals who held international protection or equivalent national protection status in Ukraine and who have been displaced due to war on or after 24th of February, as well as for their family members. Member states, as per Council's implementing decision, is also required to either grant temporary protection status or an equivalent national protection status to third country nationals and stateless persons who were holding valid permanent resident permits in Ukraine and who are unable to return in safe and durable conditions to their country or region of origin. Now, this is a personal scope, but the thing is, member states are free to extend temporary protection to other groups, for instance, asylum seekers, third country nationals who were indeed had legal resident permits, but not necessarily permanent residency in Ukraine, and who had to flee due to conflict. This, as we noted in our Asylum policy paper written with Sergio, Leiza, and Lina, depending on how eligibility criteria are applied in different member states, may lead to inconsistent and potentially discriminatory national approaches toward third country nationals who are forced to flee Ukraine. Now, when we look at the rights and entitlements of temporary protection beneficiaries under the Temporary Protection Directive, although there is no explicit right to be registered as a temporary protection beneficiary per se, this is implicit in the directive. If a person who is forced to flee Ukraine falls within the scope of the Temporary Protection Directive and the Council's implementing decision, he or she should be able to register at any member state that he or she chooses. This is a simple rule. According to EUAA, as of 1st of May, 4.8 million persons fleeing Ukraine have sought refuge in 4 EU neighboring countries, whereas only around 2.5 million persons have been registered for temporary protection in the EU plus countries. This means nearly 50% of persons who have fled the war in Ukraine have not been registered as temporary protection beneficiaries. Registration is done by member state authorities by using the forms provided in Annex 2 of the Temporary Protection Directive. And as per Annex 2, member states collect personal data, very basic personal data. The Commission, in its operational guidelines, asks member states not to collect any further information on the temporary protection beneficiaries while doing registration. This is to protect, of course, data privacy, but at the same time, it may be more difficult for member states to collect data on vulnerable individuals and their special needs and offer special treatment and additional rights and accommodation measures to vulnerable groups as foreseen in international and EU law. I've been reading and hearing from different member states officials because since I have been working on temporary protection quite for a while now, and my PhD years ago was on temporary protection, I have been attending a lot of judge trainings, member states official trainings and panels since the activation of the Temporary Protection Directive. And I've been reading and hearing from different member states officials that some groups such as Roma, members who have fled Ukraine to Czech Republic, for instance, at times are not given access to registration centers. We know, for instance, that Hungary, as Baldazar mentioned, was only able to register around 1% of the displaced persons from Ukraine as temporary protection beneficiaries. Moreover, some member states require a higher burden of proof, and I've heard this from a French official, for instance, that to prove family relations, they only accept very official marriage papers, and if you don't have that, they don't register family members of the Ukrainian nationals, and this was raised as a question and a problem in France. This means Ukrainians face a number of challenges in registering as temporary protection beneficiaries in different member states. Registration is the first step for accessing rights and entitlements provided under the Temporary Protection Directive. Hence, it is crucial for the displaced persons to access registration procedures without any discrimination. Once a person is registered as a temporary protection beneficiary under the directive, he or she is eligible for the following rights and entitlements. Elspeth also mentioned this, but perhaps I will go into a bit more detail. A resident permit for the entire duration of temporary protection. Of course, we don't know how long temporary protection will continue, since it may continue up to 3 years as per the directive, but if hopefully the conflict in Ukraine ends soon, temporary protection might be terminated if it is safe to return. So resident permits may be provided up to 3 years. Member states are also required to offer access to information on temporary protection. Now, access to information or giving access to information may not be a significant right compared to right to education or work, but in practice, this is a very important procedural guarantee that enables access of the protected groups to rights and entitlements. Offering information on temporary protection, what the status entails, how different rights attached to temporary protection status can be enjoyed in practice in different member states, should be made available in different languages, especially Ukrainian, in written form. This is also a very simple procedural safeguard, but I have been also informed that this is not always respected. And in some countries, written information is not provided to temporary protection beneficiaries. So Ukrainians are confused about their rights and how to access them. So this should be respected in practice as well. This right should be respected. Under the temporary protection directive, beneficiaries should be also given access to labor market, but this is not an absolute right to work. Considering the temporary protection directive was adopted in 2001, it was before the CEAS and the second phase of the asylum instruments. So right to work of temporary protection beneficiaries can be restricted under certain grounds as per directive. For instance, member states may invoke rules applicable to the profession or national labor market policies to restrict this right, but they can also choose not to invoke any restrictions in terms of access of temporary protection beneficiaries to the labor market. As per the directive, temporary protection beneficiaries should be given access to suitable accommodation, access to means of subsistence if necessary, and access to medical care. As clear from these rights and entitlements, unlike the rights of refugees provided under the Refugee Convention or the Reception Conditions Directive or the Qualification Directive, rights and entitlements of the temporary protection beneficiaries seek to satisfy immediate needs of the protected persons in a massive situation. So it is designed to satisfy the immediate needs such as shelter, food, water, emergency healthcare, and then education and work. Children holding temporary protection status should be given access to education. This is, I think, a particularly important right, considering a considerable number and proportion of persons who have fled Ukraine are indeed children. The Temporary Protection Directive also provides opportunities for families to reunite in certain circumstances, but the definition of family is quite narrow compared to other EU asylum and migration instruments, because yet again, this was a directive adopted in 2001 after the wars in Kosovo and the displaced persons from there. As Espen also just mentioned, freedom to move to another EU country before the issuance of a resident permit and after the permit is issued is a very novel idea. This does not actually exist in the Temporary Protection Directive, but since the EU Council decided not to invoke Article 11 of the directive, this is a very good development, and hopefully not using the Dublin should be followed in other instances as well. And finally, temporary protection beneficiaries has a right to apply for asylum at any time, but member states are free to postpone doing arrestee and processing of asylum applications until temporary protection regime is terminated. Of course, since this was a directive adopted in 2001, this does not seek to achieve common standards. These are minimum standards, and member states are free to offer more and broader category of rights and benefits than foreseen in the Temporary Protection Directive. This is a good thing, but at the same time, it means that there will be quite a number of differences between the rights and entitlements of the temporary protection beneficiaries. Now, when we look at the challenges, I think it is important to see challenges in short-term challenges and long-term challenges. So the challenges will change depending on which phase of temporary protection we are talking about. Short-term challenges include registration, data protection, and collection and sharing, satisfying immediate needs of those forcibly displaced persons, and this is, I think, is also very important, keeping track of secondary movements and preventing double and triple registrations. I have been informed from my previous panels and discussions that the Commission perhaps is working on a protocol to share registration information between member states and designing an IT database. The sooner the better, since the EU needs credible data on the exact number of temporary protection beneficiaries who are indeed present in a member state to offer adequate support to those member states protecting a large number of persons seeking refuge. Protection of an unaccompanied minor and prevention of human and child trafficking is a crucially significant thing as well. The TPD foresees during the period of temporary protection, member states should provide unaccompanied minors to be placed either with an adult relative, a foster family, in a reception center suitable for minors, or the minor can be placed with a person who looked after the child when fleeing. In practice, it is significant and very important, and I have been informed by a number of European judges about this, is that, for instance, a Ukrainian national comes with 10 accompanied minors, claiming that he or she is a relative or a family, friends of the family, and she wants to register the children with them. I mean, the TPD enables such registration, but it's important for member states to confirm there is no risk of child trafficking or this is a trusted adult to register the children with. A long-term challenge and very important challenge is making rights and entitlements secured under the Temporary Protection Directive fully accessible in each member state. And as to conclude and as a move forward, although Temporary Protection Directive is the right instrument to respond to displacement from Ukraine and provide a temporary protection status that confers temporary resident permits, access to healthcare, shelter, social benefits, education for minors, and access to labor market, there will be many challenges in making the rights and entitlements provided under the directive is fully applicable in each and every member state, especially member states such as Poland, which hosts really large number of displaced persons. So to improve access of Ukrainians and also third country nationals and stateless persons who are eligible for temporary protection to education, healthcare, social assistance, and other crucial services, the EU-funded projects may be planned and initiated. I believe with the right guidance by the EU on different aspects of temporary protection, non-restricted application of the Temporary Protection Directive provisions by the member states, and the equitable and fair sharing of the burdens between member states and adequate support by the EU to member states such as Poland, which host a considerable number of displaced persons. These will be the key to overcoming some of the challenges I just mentioned. We are, as Sergio mentioned, compiling a forum on displacement from Ukraine and activation of the Temporary Protection Directive in the Asylum project. We are compiling different good practices and lessons learned from other massive influx situations. We also have contributions from different member states looking at, as also Baldassar is one of the authors, how each member state implement the Temporary Protection Directive in practice. You can take a look at the forum for further information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Meltem. We have some questions that we will deal with afterwards in the discussion session and the question and answer session. But now we have to go to the last speaker, Letizia Palumbo. The floor is yours, Letizia.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody, and thanks to the organizer of this very important event and for the invitation. So in this short intervention, I would like to focus on the protection and the needs of the victims of exploitation and trafficking, taking into account the provisions of the temporary protection scheme. As we know, many civil society organizations and institutions have sounded the alarm about the risks concerning severe exploitation and trafficking involving the person fleeing Ukraine, in particular women and minors, and in particular unaccompanied minors. In this scenario, the current relevant EU responses have dedicated special attention to trafficking. Indeed, both the 10-point plan and the operational guidelines on the use of temporary protection directive had dedicated a specific section on the issue of trafficking. And yesterday, the EU Solidarity Platform, under the lead of the EU Anti-Trafficking Coordinator, presented an anti-trafficking plan to address the risks of trafficking and to support the victims and potential victims of trafficking. So against this background, I would like to focus on three main points, challenges. And in doing so, I will build on some of the relevant findings of the Vulner project that although they do not specifically address the context of Ukraine and the current conflict, they can provide relevant insights in this regard, and in particular on the assessment of situation of vulnerability to exploitation and trafficking. So the first point concerned the issue of identification of situation of vulnerability to exploitation and trafficking. The guidelines of the European Commission on the use of the Temporary Protection Directive encourage member states to adopt action to improve early identification and assistance to victims of trafficking. This is related to also to registration, especially with regard to minors and unaccompanied minors, as Meltem already mentioned. In particular, with regard to early identifications and assistance to victims, national authorities are strongly encouraged to work with civil society organizations and with relevant associations in the field of anti-trafficking and exploitation. This is fundamental and very important. However, I would like to stress, building on the findings of the Vulner project and in particularly adopting a vulnerability sensitive approach, that in order to identify situation of vulnerability to exploitation and trafficking and to provide victims or potential victims of trafficking with adequate protection, is really necessary that competent authorities adopt an approach does not consider vulnerability as a static, fixed notion associated with some specific categories of persons and groups that need standard protection responses. Instead, it is necessary, it is essential to consider what can be considered called the situational dimension of vulnerability. That means to adopt an approach that considers, in line with a gender perspective, with an intersectional perspective, the interplay of personal factors and structural contextual circumstances which render a person vulnerable to exploitation or abuse by the others. In other words, that means to recognize the evolving character of vulnerability, explore the contextual factors that may lead a person to accept situation of abuse and exploitation, that may lead a person not to have other alternatives than to accept being exploited. This situational understanding of vulnerability requires, therefore, a case-by-case assessment of the interplay of personal and contextual factors producing vulnerability, considering the complexity of the needs of the person involved. This issue is related to my second point that concerns the protection of victims or potential victims of trafficking based on a situational conception of vulnerability. As the operational guidelines for the use of the Temporary Protection Directive affirm, if concrete trafficking cases are detected, the victim should be granted the assistance, the protection measures set forth in the EU Anti-Trafficking Directive number 36 of 2011. This, according to the guideline, should include providing victims with appropriate safe accommodation, material assistance, and necessary medical treatment, including psychological assistance. In this regard, in a very significant way, the operational guidelines affirm that the assistance and the protection of the victim should not depend on their willingness to cooperate in criminal investigation, prosecution, and trials. And this is a crucial point. Indeed, one of the main findings of the Vulner project concerned the fact that most of the time, assistance to victims of trafficking and severe exploitation depends on their cooperation in criminal proceedings. Therefore, it is extremely important that the Commission, in its operational guidelines, affirm the principle of an unconditional assistance to victims of trafficking. Also, related to a conditional assistance, our research clearly shows that assistance shall be supported by paths of empowerment and social inclusion that respond to the person's different needs and life and work projects, taking into account the context-specific character of the position of vulnerability of the persons involved. This means promoting individualized programs that consider their actual desires and needs, including the need for accommodation and for finding a non-exploitative job. This should also include access to sexual and reproductive rights, as a recent resolution by the European Parliament on sexual and gender-based violence for the refugees has stressed. Lastly, and this is my last point, the issue of prevention. The operational guidelines of the European Commission pay attention to the issue of prevention with respect to cases of trafficking. Prevention means guaranteeing person fleeing Ukraine safe transfer, adequate reception condition, access to relevant information and decent working condition, and access to the educational system. All these would limit the risks of human trafficking, exploitation and abuse, as well as risks of re-traumatization. As emerged in our research, and in particular in countries such as Italy, civil society organizations and NGOs have highlighted one of the main challenges and difficulties in terms of prevention of cases of exploitation and trafficking concern informing migrants about the risks to exploitation during the travel in the countries of arrival. Even in this case, it is essential to adopt a perspective that considers the situational dimension of vulnerability. Along this perspective, it is fundamental to provide migrant persons, especially migrant women and minors, with all relevant information about their rights, access to relevant welfare services, decent work, provide them with a concrete alternative to potential situation of exploitation. All this should be a priority in prevention actions and should be considered in a long-term perspective and should apply to all persons fleeing the conflicts. In this regard, I would like to conclude highlighting the concern regarding discrimination issues, and in particular concern regarding the situations of irregular migrants and migrants with persons with a temporary resident permit living in Ukraine who are excluded from protection in many European countries, such as, for instance, in Italy. These persons are in a position of particular vulnerability and risk of being involved in trafficking and exploitative dynamics. In general, I would say that how Europe is reacting to Ukrainians fleeing the conflict is fundamental to reduce and prevent situation of vulnerability to exploitation and abuse, and this should be celebrated. However, this should be in general the standard for how the EU and member states should respond to all people fleeing conflicts, irrespective of their legal migration status, their country of origin, and their color of skin. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Letizia, for keeping the time perfectly. We are now done with the presentations, and the discussion session had already begun during the presentation session. Now we will continue the discussion session with Ms. Christina Sidenius. Christina is a political advisor at the Greens and EFA group at the European Parliament. The floor is yours, Christina.
I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for all the extremely important input you are all bringing. It's amazing when working in politics, when you are offered those kind of overviews and academic sort of framing of topics that we deal with on a daily basis. Now, I'm thinking when listening to the very different, but also sort of interlinked approaches that one of the things about the crisis here with Ukraine is that any crisis of that dimension has specific features, which also creates the need for specific responses. And of course, the Temporary Protection Directive, being the core instrument here, has had a long birth, so to speak, and now is being applied. It is also part of the new Pact on Asylum and Migration, in the sense that this new asylum crisis instrument is being introduced to, if not replaced, then sort of applied to some of the parts of the Temporary Protection Directive might have shortcomings. And one of the points that I think was dominant in the discussions of triggering the directive back with Syria crisis was this issue of whether giving status, a particular status, to a large group of people from Syria would create a pull factor for other groups of refugees from other areas in the region. And this is an argument that was used strongly politically, maybe not so much from the institutions, but an argument that has reoccurred in other discussions, but not in this specific case. Now, one of the features in what you describe and what we have also identified in Parliament is this very big discrepancy between state action and civil society actions. So how much stronger the concrete actions on the ground have been by civil society organizations than state authorities. Now, this depends, of course, largely on what part of the management you talk about. Of course, the border controls are the authorities, but the whole reception part of the refugees have been very much on the hands of the civil society, which, at least in Parliament, we have heard on several occasions, are also very frustrated about the lack of proper funding. And here the European Union in this situation have also had difficulties in changing the scope of the different funds to accommodate to this specific crisis, where some member states might be reluctant to support the civil society organizations in the funding, which is an issue, and which Parliament has on several occasions tried to highlight as something that needs to be addressed specifically. I mean, Parliament has acknowledged the very sort of prompt reaction of the European Commission, which I think is also part of the reason why this Temporary Protection Directive instrument works in this specific case. There has been a political leadership in the part of the Commission, which has sort of trickled down to member states. But Parliament has also on several occasions voiced that the member states' participation in this leadership has not been as obvious as we could have wished for. So that was my initial thoughts. I think that it's interesting to think or make the thought experiment. What would the Europeans have done had the crisis, had Russia attacked Turkey and there had been a similar influx from Turkey? Would the reaction have been similar? Would the civil society have reacted similarly? And even if this might sound cynical, I'm also saying this because I think there is a certain cynicism linked to, at least in some member states, some political parties, some governments, the idea of the Ukrainians will be returning within short or as soon as the crisis is over, the war is over. And this is at least a rather cynical point, if you ask me, but I think that it's also part of what has motivated to support the use of the directive. I'll keep it here for now, but thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to open the floor for the presenters to respond to the comments that came from the discussants. If there's anything to deepen or answer there, please feel free to do so. You can either raise your hand or jump into the conversation by putting on your microphone.
Hakan, I think there are a number of questions in the chat that are addressed to me. So perhaps what I should do is try to answer some of them. And the first is from Talia Gunay, and she asks whether registration of TP beneficiaries from the perspective of privacy and data protection, do we need a database here? And I think what she's touching upon here in the question is a particularly problematic issue regarding the application of GDPR to third country nationals. And we have seen, for instance, in the AI Act, the proposal of a carve-out of third country nationals from use of AI in respective databases. We're still waiting for further information about that. And we have had a series of judgments from the Court of Justice on the application of the right to privacy and data protection, including in respect of third country nationals, perhaps one of the most groundbreaking ones being the opinion 115 on EU-Canada PNR. The implications of that particular judgment have not yet been fully taken into account by the legislators in the EU, but are certainly extremely relevant to this question of a new database. So I would say, yes, huge questions about the protection of privacy as a charter right, as a human right, and the application of GDPR. Who's going to have access to this, under what circumstances, and for what kinds of uses? Should this information be being shared? What has happened to the principle of consent and knowledge in respect of onward sharing, particularly if there's going to be sharing in respect of third countries? And we know this is a particularly problematic area for the Eurodac database, one of the reasons why that proposed amendment is having quite a lot of difficulties, because these people are all people who are potentially extremely vulnerable if information gets back, for instance, to Russia or perhaps Belarus, one doesn't know, in respect of the safety of their family members and their friends who are still in Ukraine, perhaps in the Donbass region, who knows? So very sensitive information indeed. There was a question, as far as I know, to answer Katrine Luton's question, I haven't seen any academic work. ECRA is definitely trying to pull together information about practices. And as you heard from Cecilia this morning, the Commission is racing behind the ball, trying to keep track of what member states are up to. Terribly important are the sources of information which are coming from individuals as they encounter various problems. I also had there were a number of questions which arose one was to me and Cecilia, but of course she's gone. And how does the declaratory nature of registration granting temporary protection relate to the big leeway member states have regarding the concrete implementation of rights, e.g. the right to work? And I wonder whether Melton wants to further comment on that, because my reading of the right to work in the directive, now I've forgotten which provision it is that indeed it is a right to work in respect of which member states can put forward arguments that there should be limitations or obstacles. But in the doctrine of the European Union, any attempt by a member state to place limitations on a right need to be justified. They are subject to non-discrimination and proportionality, and to normally a high threshold regarding necessity. So absolutely in respect of, for instance, should there be mutual recognition of medical qualifications, of Ukrainian medical personnel in EU member states. That is a question in respect of which there is a directive. It is not the subject of a harmonization, and member states are entitled to require medical personnel to be subject to a qualification assessment. But that is the basis for that, and the argument and the necessity of that is, of course, public health. But Melton, maybe you want to make a few more comments about that.
Thank you, Esbeth. Shall I just go now?
Yes.
Okay, just a few sentences. Well, it's not very open in the directive, and what Esbeth says definitely applies. I mean, all the non-discrimination and principles apply. But at the same time, when the directive was adopted, I think there were two issues that the policymakers at the time thought of. First, there may be principles and prohibitions provided under national laws. For instance, foreigners may be prevented from applying to certain public official jobs or, some certain professions. And this was one of the grounds that temporary protection beneficiaries may be also prevented from applying to this certain category of professions in a member state provided under national laws. I think at the same time also the directive, interestingly, gives a leeway for member states to give priority to EU citizens, EEA citizens, and may also give priority to third country nationals who were benefiting from unemployment benefits in the member states. So in a way that I think, it must be justified, and the principle of non-discrimination should be respected. But at the same time, when we just look at the wording of the TPD, we see that member states enjoy a broader discretion compared to what other perhaps directives, asylum directives, foresee in respect to access to rights. Yes, that's my take.
Thank you. And there is a question from Ukraine, and I think Leticia is best placed to answer this question. It is the question that I sent you in the chat, Leticia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for this question, which is quite broad and big. But I agree. I agree about the fact that the attention should not be only in terms of, I would like to say, identify vulnerabilities and to assist vulnerabilities, but attention should be on addressing the root causes that produce and create the condition of vulnerability to exploitation. In this regard, I am quite radical, and I think that one of the main issues that should be addressed is that to create safe and regular entry channels for all migrant workers, skilled and unskilled workers. This is one of the main issues that should be done today. The other main issues, for instance, I'm thinking about the situation in Italy, but not only in Italy, is removing, where it's possible, the link between the residence permit and the labor contract, which is another reason of creating condition of vulnerability and exploitation. And then there should be a strong involvement in at European and national levels in terms of strengthening, developing stronger labor rights and the protection of labor rights in this regard. So I agree that attention should not be only in terms of protecting the vulnerabilities and assisting them, but in addressing the root causes. And again, one of the main issues should be really rethinking about the current migration policies and labor migration policies at the EU and national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leticia. Boldizar Nagy has several questions and some other additions to his arguments. The floor is yours, Boldizar.
Thanks. In fact, I would like to answer to several questions. In fact, two of them by Julia Kinost and Daniel Saracino, which were addressed to me personally. Julia asked if Hungary tries to return persons without Ukrainian nationality to their country of origin, or what is happening to them. And that's a more than justified question. The answer is yes. Hungary actually excluded them from the protection sphere It did give temporary stay permits, which does not entail any right and any subsidy or any support. So the expectation is that the people would voluntarily leave. I haven't heard about expulsion procedures in regard of them, but there is strong pressure on them either to move on within the Schengen area or to return home. It's very explicit that they don't get adequate protection under the national systems. And the other question came from Daniela Saracino, and she essentially asked, at least this is my reading, if the new pact will be of help or what should happen. Now, on that point, let me take a broader view. We are playing around with the numbers, and Elspeth has mentioned them, and I did mention them, of these 5.6 million people. But they need not end up in temporary protection. Many of them, hopefully, will be able to acquire a regular migrant status, which is always the best. It's better than temporary protection, even though I do understand that many of these people are vulnerable or are mothers with kids, so it might be difficult for them to become self-sustaining, but still. So our expectations should be bifurcated and look at what else can happen to these people than becoming temporary protected. Now, I think that this is a huge experiment the EU is now having about what if the people choose their country of asylum or future residence. Since those with a biometric passport and many of others can freely travel around, as has been established by the other speakers as well, they can choose the country where they want to live. Now, my view, answering Daniela, your question, is that in the longer term, there's no other solution than seeing the EU territory, and not only the Schengen territory, the whole EU territory as one protection zone. And therefore, any application for protection is an application to the EU, not its member states. It's absurd that in terms of asylum, it's still carved up to national territories. The TP, together with the biometric passports and the visa-free status, created a laboratory of what happens if people can move wherever they want to. And I think that's the direction. So I don't attach specific hopes with the present Asylum and Migration Pact as it stands, sort of repeating and sustaining the Dublin logic and the national protection area logic. I don't think it will give an adequate answer either to the Ukrainian situation or to any other arrival of greater number of asylum seekers. I think the solution is, on the one hand, an all EU protection space, and on the other hand, access to other migrant statuses which are unrelated formally to protection, but entitle people to live a decent and independent life. I think we can't find a balance, if balance can ever be found in history, in any other way. So not through the new pact. I'm sorry to say that. Thanks.
Thank you, Boldizar. We have a specific question from the European Network on Statelessness, about statelessness. And the question is to Christina Sidenius and Elspeth Gild. If you want me to, I can read the question, or do you see the question? Shall I read the question? No, I don't need to read it. Please, Christina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I just raised my hand because I saw the question, and indeed we have raised the issue and asked the Commission specifically about the situation of stateless people. And the answer was, and I mean, I'm not quoting, but the answer was, as I understood, that any person with a residence permit in Ukraine, either stateless or whatever, would fall under the Temporary Protection Directive remit. So that was the answer we got on that specific question. And then just to also add to the question about the returns, we have not also asked the Commission about this, and what they have pointed to is that Commission is cooperating with third countries that have nationals that have fled Ukraine in order to help them, assist them to return those citizens to country of origin. So that is just to say that that's at least what we have asked and been answered by the Commission on these two issues. And then just really briefly on vulnerability, I'm just thinking that, and that's more a question from my side, are you also looking at victims of war crime? I'm thinking that many women that arrive, not many, but some are also victims of war crimes and rape. And this is something that I think needs specifically to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, then there is a specific question about Hungary. I believe Boldizar would be the right person to answer this question. This is about the sustenance allowance. Please, Boldizar.
Yes. It's a very competent question. Thanks, Kati. This is what I mentioned in my short contribution, that things have changed to worse, because that was not eliminated in case of those who were under the procedure. And we heard today that even the idea of having a procedure of recognition as TP beneficiary is questionable, because people are temporarily protected by the fact that they come from Ukraine and belong to the circles. So my view on that would be that withholding the sustenance provision for those who have not yet been recognized, that is, who don't have the papers of testifying that they are temporarily protected, is on the one hand totally inhuman, purposeless, and it's certainly contrary to the spirit of the Temporary Protection Directive. That shouldn't be done. And if you add to that these people who are in this status already, they only get this for 45 days, and thereafter they must take up any employment which is offered to them, then you indeed see the cruelty of the system in its full depths, which I'm sure you are aware of, working for the Hungarian Helsinki Committee.
Thank you very much, Boldizar. There are many questions in the chat here, but I will allow one last one from the UNHCR. The question is, do you have information whether Ukrainians in the EU are being recognized under the 1951 Refugee Convention, or will internal flight alternative apply? Is there anybody who would like to answer this question among the speakers?
Hakan, I can provide a little bit of information, not very much though. My understanding is that while persons entitled to temporary protection who come within the personal scope are entitled under the directive to make an application for international protection, they are strongly discouraged from doing so, because as I ended up in my own presentation, if you have a Ukrainian and a Syrian who turn up together at the aliens police, and they both say, I need protection. If the Ukrainian, they will say, oh, here's your document, off you go. Here's all the information about how you access your entitlements, and it's all good. And have a nice life and come back if you have any problems. Whereas the Syrian will have a whole pile of hurdles and obstacles in terms of registering before getting a document indicating that she is registered. Then she will get it put into the reception conditions procedure under the Reception Conditions Directive. Normally, access to reception conditions, well, not normally, but there are a number of member states where it is quite complicated to get access to reception conditions, notwithstanding the fact that this should be an entitlement of anyone who has sought asylum. And the rights under the Reception Conditions Directive are more limited than those under the Temporary Protection Directive. So the objective of the Temporary Protection Directive is that people who are in a mass influx situation do not apply, though they are entitled to apply. And they are given a very beneficial treatment, which makes applying for refugee status less popular. The statistics which I provided regarding issue of first residence permits to Ukrainians between 2018 and 2020, with about 500,000 turning up almost annually with 300,000, etc., Many of those people may well have been persons in respect of whom there could have been a protection claim. Those who did insist on making protection claims, according to the EU Asylum Agency, which provides us with the statistics, have very low success rates, but very high success rates in getting work and residence permits. Baldassar.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I'm also answering to Victoria Shaban's question because I think it goes into the heart of internal flight alternative as an EU rule. And my perception would be at the moment that since the Russian troops can reach any point within Ukraine with a lethal threat, as they have bombarded very western Ukraine 2 days ago, one could argue that there is no safe part of Ukraine, even including those territories which at the moment otherwise appear to be relatively calm, like Lviv used to be such a place, but we had explosions and bomb attacks against that. So even if the procedures were applied, I mean, the procedures directive, qualification directive, relying on Geneva, my legal conclusion would be that there's no way of declaring any part of Ukraine as a safe area, which could serve as a destination for internal flight alternative. And happily, to my best knowledge, it is not being done. What I read is that several states sort of stopped even providing access to refugee status determination, and if you want, forcefully channel people into the temporary protection mechanisms.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the speakers, all the 4 speakers, and the 2 discussants, and also the audience asking questions and listening to us. This is the end of the first panel. Please be back at 11:15 for the next session. Thank you very much.
Issues should be
Okay, I think we should perhaps start again. Do any of the hosts want to say anything before we start, or shall I just go ahead?
You can go ahead, Catherine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so welcome to this second session of the seminar on temporary protection for people fleeing war in Ukraine by the Asylum, Protect and Vulner projects. My name is Katrine Brun. I'm from the Center for Lebanese Studies at the Lebanese American University in Beirut. And in this session, we are discussing lessons to be learned from temporary protection policies applied to large-scale displacement outside the EU. We have an action-packed program in this panel. We will start with 5 presentations by Joe Very from University of Witwatersrand. We'll talk about South Africa, then Leitza Brumat from the European University Institute. We'll talk on Brazil. Luisa Feline Fryer from Universidad del Pacifico on Peru. Louis Turner from Newcastle University on Jordan, and then Sophie Nakueira from Max Planck Institute for Social Anthropology on Uganda. We will then have 2 discussants. I hope both discussants are here. It's Luca Lixi from the EU Commission and Cecilie Veiby Andersen from the Danish Refugee Council. I will have to be quite strict on time because of the number of presentations. I'll do my very best. I find it very hard to interrupt on Zoom, so please help me to keep to time. And I will also try to collect questions and comments, and as speakers also please feel free to read the answers, the questions and the comments so that you can answer as well. So with no further ado, I would like to welcome Joe Very to start our session and talk on South Africa.
Morning, everyone. I hope that you can hear me okay. It's great to be here, and thank you for the invitation. What I'm going to do is so for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jo Very at the African Centre for Migration and Society at Wits University, where I'm part of the Protect project. And what I'm going to do is use a few minutes to sort of hopefully kick off some of the discussion by reflecting on some recent events in South Africa, with a focus on the Zimbabwean exemption permit and changes that have happened there. This is an example of issues around temporary protection measures, and it's also, as Betts describes it, an example of the ways in which we've seen sort of international protection being stretched, and the idea of the ways in which protection can work, the ways in which responsibilities to provide protection exist. So essentially, South Africa, as I think, people are familiar with, the last few decades, we've seen a considerable number of people moving from Zimbabwe in particular. Now, even so, the numbers that are often expressed, particularly by the state, are really reflective of the increasingly xenophobic, nationalistic, anti-foreigner sentiment that we see within South Africa. Those of you that follow South African news will be aware that recently we've seen another surge in xenophobic violence, and huge problems relate in the ways in which the state is presenting and using policy frameworks and political discussions to further that narrative. And we know that this is the same in countries globally. And since the early 2000s, the main driver of migration from Zimbabwe was really the leadership of Robert Mugabe and the associated sort of rapid decline of Zimbabwe into a fragile state or into a failed state. And this really did trigger one of the largest migration events within the region's history. And there's quite a lot that's been written around that. In South Africa, the National Department of Home Affairs is responsible for managing immigration and also for managing protection mechanisms and oversight for asylum seekers and those who are awarded refugee status. According to data from their department, between 2001 and 2009, we saw the number of asylum seekers rising from just under 5,000 in 2001 to nearly 370,000 in 2009. We then saw this number increasing further with the UNHCR reporting that Zimbabweans now in the period 2008 to 2012 were accounted for over half of the just under 800,000 new asylum applications. So we saw a gradual increase over the period 2001 to 2012. In addition to individuals applying for asylum, we know that there were people traveling from Zimbabwe through the border in irregular ways and also through the use of other permits under the Immigration Act. So by any different definition, we know that a serious humanitarian crisis was emerging with thousands of Zimbabweans fleeing their homes in search of food, money, and jobs, as well as for education. And we know that these movements have shown a flaw in the ways in which the kind of neoliberal migration push-pull model exists, whereby if you're pushed from your country of origin due to fear of persecution, you're a refugee, while movement caused by the pull of better economic opportunities is seen as so-called voluntary migration. And as Khan and others have spoken about, the ways in which Southern Africa and movements play out is that the delineation between these two types of movement is not clear. And we know that many Zimbabweans who were being framed as voluntary migrants were seeking asylum and really did have the right to be granted refugee status. But the ways in which immigration management in South Africa, it meant that individuals really struggled to access the right to work, for example, so permits for accessing work. For lower skilled workers, it's become even more restrictive and difficult for people to obtain the right to be in the country legally with the right to work. And so one option to overcome that is to apply for asylum. But we know that the humanitarian disaster that was emerging in Zimbabwe around this time meant that the majority of people moving were also in need of humanitarian assistance. And so this kind of challenge we saw with people being considered to be genuine refugees versus those considered to be abusing the asylum system, in this case, predominantly Zimbabweans at the time, really highlighted the ways in which two failing migration governance systems, so refugee system and the immigration system, and passing the blame of that onto individual migrants. So again, deferring responsibilities of the state and failures there onto individuals. So we know that there was then a challenge of having a group of individuals who didn't fit within the kind of confines of either immigration regulation or within the refugee protection mechanism within South Africa. And so there was a challenge about how to then support sort of regularization of these individuals. And there was a process known as the Zimbabwean dispensation permits, a procedure that was put into place that allowed for Zimbabweans to apply for so-called special dispensation. And what this essentially did was remove any need to prove that you meet regular Immigration Act requirements. So it was acknowledging you didn't fit within the asylum regime, but it was also acknowledging that individuals didn't fit within this increasingly restrictive Immigration Act. And so Betts does write about this kind of idea of stretching then this international protection idea, where the permits were granting protection and access to key rights and to certain services for individuals who may not be eligible for refugee protection under international or continental law. But concerns have persisted around the process of granting these permits and who was able to access them or not. And there has been a lot of challenges were documented at the time around who had access to those permits. At the end of last year, the Department of Home Affairs indicated that it would be revoking the ZTPs and that these wouldn't be extended after the end of 2021. Based on much influence and advocacy from civil society in particular, a 12-month grace period was then applied. So individuals have until the end of this coming year, to apply. But what this means is that we've got a population of around 180,000 Zimbabweans who hold what are now known as Zimbabwean exemption permits. So the process began with a dispensation permit, and the process then shifted to a exemption permit system. And so these individuals are now trying to work out what needs to be done. The Lawyers for Human Rights, which is a national organization, wrote a letter that was endorsed by 49 human rights organizations back in December, outlining.
You need to wrap up now, sorry.
Yeah, sure. And so I just wanted to close with a sort of quote from the letter that was impacted around the fact that the decision to revoke the right to access these dispensation permits is contrary to the department's initial constructive initiative to address its asylum backlog. It will more than likely significantly increase the category of undocumented persons in South Africa, undermining work that the Department of Home Affairs has undertaken in the past 10 years to regularize undocumented Zimbabwean nationals living in South Africa, with clear impacts on separation of families and challenges now in accessing grants that were available to asylum seekers. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jo, and sorry for interrupting you. And to all the audiences, please do post comments and questions in the question and answer function, and we will come back to that later. Thank you for the wonderful beginning from South Africa. We're now moving to Brazil and to Leisa Brumat from the European University Institute. Please welcome on board.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And hello to everyone. Well, this presentation will focus on South America in general, Brazil and Colombia in particular, and I will talk about the lessons learned from South American migration governance, building from the work that we have done in the last 2-3 years, for the SILE project. And then my colleague Feline will talk about the B side, she will have a more critical vision of this. So we will divide this presentation kind of into parts. So talking about lessons learned, my first point is that, well, South America has a very particular context. So, we have to be a bit relative about these lessons learned. But what I think is that there are many practices, procedures, understandings also of migration, of refugee governance, of protection, that we can draw inspiration from and is worth getting to know better. And they can provide some food for thought when we think about responses to large-scale displacement. So I want to make 2 main points. The first point is that South American governance, South American countries have a lot of experience as receiving countries, historically. So we have also to remember that, as we know, most human mobility is intra-regional and it happens between countries in the Global South. And I would like to give 2 examples of these policies, which are based on Venezuelan displacement. As we also well, right now, the focus is very much out of Venezuela, but it keeps happening. But it is still one of the largest and the most underfunded humanitarian crises in the world. And to address it, South American countries have adopted many creative policies. And I will give 2 examples. First, Colombia. Colombia is an example of a very ambitious regularization program. Sorry about my internet connection. Of a very ambitious regularization program. I was saying that if it happens to be successful, it could be one of the largest regularization programs in the history of group regularizations worldwide. And it's very interesting to know that when the government and the Colombian government explained the reasons why they adopted this group regularization program, they said literally that with or without a temporary protection statute, Venezuelans would keep crossing the border. So if we follow this reasoning, it's more convenient for the Colombian state to regularize these individuals because this would bring more benefits to the state. So far, up to now, Colombia has provided residence permits to more than 600,000 Venezuelans and have registered 1.8 million. These are very big numbers. This is especially because it was done in a very short amount of time, less than a year. Brazil, the second case that I wanted to talk about, is very interesting because Brazil is currently providing both refugee status and migrant residence permits to Venezuelans, independent of the reasons why Venezuelans left their country. This is kind of counterintuitive, right? In practice, this means that Venezuelans themselves, migrants themselves kind of choose between the status that they want to apply to. This policy approach that Brazil has adopted has resulted in Brazil having the highest regularization rate for Venezuelan migrants in all of South America. It's around 75% against less than 50% in the rest of the region as an average. Then the pathways for regularization that we can see that Brazil and Colombia have adopted provide Venezuelans with equal access to social welfare and access to the formal labor market. My second point that I want to raise is that South America, as much research has shown, especially Feline's research, has some of the most progressive and the most liberal migration and asylum policies in the world. And a great example of this is the Cartagena extended definition of refugee, which provides an inclusionary understanding of refugeehood, which includes foreign aggression and internal conflicts, both of which are currently of central relevance to Ukraine. But now the crucial thing here is that in South America, pathways for regularization are at the center of migration governance. And these policies are relevant because they contribute to economic growth, to the enforcement of rights, and because they also empower many actors, for instance, the civil society, in the implementation process, because given that these laws exist, this liberal legislation exists, they can actually push for it to be implemented. All of these regimes are far from perfect, and Feline will talk about this, but the point is that South American countries have adopted these pathways for regularization based both on humanitarian and also on pragmatic considerations. These countries try to expand access to rights, while at the same time keeping control of the territory and of the border crossings between the borders of South America. So regularization there is seen as a way of increasing access to the legal job market and to documentation, which in the end is more helpful for the state. Well, I would finally like to close by saying that these approaches are based on a longer-term normative tradition, which has been labeled by some academics, such as Long and Schulz, as Republican internationalism. This means that most South American countries, right now, we have to remember that most South American countries currently oppose Russia's invasion of Ukraine, independent from the political orientation of the governments and of the relations with the US, which have worsened during the Trump administration. The main divide right now is between democratic and authoritarian governments. And we can see this in the case of Venezuela, for instance, which is the only country in the region in South America that currently supports Russia. This shows that sometimes openness can go beyond the political orientation of the governments and that it depends on longer-term factors such as normative traditions. And this is all by now.
Thank you so much, Leisa. And we will move to Felina Freyer from Universidad del Pacifico to take over and continue from where Leisa ended, I understand.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you, Sergio, and all the organizers for the invitation. And thank you, Leisa, for providing this excellent overview of this liberal paradigm shift, as we called it, in the region and what it has meant for migrant regularization, or the regularization of forced migrants and refugees. So what I thought I would do is raise some critical points and think about how these might teach us some lessons in the current context of the Ukraine displacement in Europe. So the first big point I wanted to make is that what we see in negative terms in Latin America is the lack of cooperation on the regional level, despite the possibility that regional instruments would have lended to countries in the region. So although reactions to Venezuelan displacement, and we're talking about more than 5 million displaced Venezuelans in the South American region at present, what we've seen is that these reactions were very generous initially, but that there were ad hoc reactions by national governments. Of course, we cannot go into this now. We cannot compare the level of regional integration in South America with the level of regional integration in the European Union. But we should maybe see this as one point where we should be cautious that the politicization of forced displacement can lead, as we know, to national populist reactions and these ad hoc reactions in pretty short time frames, even though initial reactions can be generous. And there, like, I'm trying to implicitly draw some parallels. I was able to listen into the first session, and one of the big points that was made and came out was this question of geopolitics. So of course, what we've seen in South America as well is the importance of geopolitics for explaining, or in order to explain generous initial reactions. And my focus here is on initial reactions. And we saw something very interesting that in academic terms raises a research puzzle, that it was center-right or right-leaning governments that were most generous in their reactions and in the reception and integration of Venezuelan citizens, very clearly to send a geopolitical message against the regime in Venezuela. What we've seen, however, and this is my first of 5 points, is that very quickly, the political reactions to forced displacement can shift from being a policy of foreign policy concern, to becoming a domestic policy issues. And that is something we've seen across Latin America in different countries, with the very quick increase and steep increase of Venezuelan displacement. We're trying currently to study when exactly were those tipping points, when exactly did Venezuelan displacement, Colombia to a lesser degree, but I'm thinking about Peru, for example, shift from being a concern of foreign policy primarily to becoming a domestic policy issue. Another issue that is related, and this is my second point, to these ad hoc policy reactions, if they are based on presidential decrees, on decisions by the executive, rather than by pre-existing instruments. Leisa, you mentioned the Cartagena refugee definition that basically all countries across the region had incorporated in the legislation, and that as a region they could have applied jointly to the Venezuelan displacement crisis. Policies can shift, right? If it's the executive deciding and applying executive decrees, it can be generous one day, the reaction can become more restrictive another day. And there are 2 points I want to make here, and 2 parallels I see with what has been discussed in the European context. First, cutoff dates, and second, the introduction of additional entry requirements, or the changes in entry requirements. Cutoff dates, I mean, I don't have to go into detail here. Very clearly, the big problem is what happens to people who either enter, this is the case in South America, after a certain cutoff date, or in the case of the European Union, before a certain cutoff date. And secondly, what happens when we change entry requirements? In the case of Venezuela, very clearly, the introduction of additional entry requirements basically served as a socioeconomic filter because of the breakdown of government services and raging corruption in Venezuela. A passport and a clean criminal record are only available to those Venezuelans who can pay for these services in US dollars under the table, which very clearly excludes the most vulnerable people and maybe those in greatest need of protection. And we've seen across the region this problem with changing cutoff dates, with regularization programs that were only, leaving Colombia aside, implemented in a retroactive manner, so always regularizing those who were already in the country, but excluding those who would arrive the day after. In the case of Colombia, we do see this attempt to be more open. So the regularization program will include all those who will enter, I think now the next 9 years still, in a regular fashion. But there we also have the problem. What kind of requirements are in place to enter regularly, and who is excluded because they have no other means than entering by irregular channels? The third point I want to make, and it has already been mentioned, is the question of growing xenophobia. So if we look at Venezuela and compare this to Ukraine displacement, very generous initial reactions. Why might that be? I'm very interested in the question of xenophobia, what explains xenophobia, and the literature in the global north. Some of the literature says, well, it's not really that much about nationality, it's about ethnic similarity, culture, religion, etc. Venezuelan displacement, Spanish speaking, so same language, same religion, in ethno or ethnic or terms of skin color, there are differences, but also similar in the regional context. Maybe that explain an initial positive reactions. But what we see now is extreme xenophobia based on nationality. So I'm wondering, what can we learn from that? I think we can learn from that we should not be too sure, right, that if there is no xenophobia in the beginning of a displacement scenario, that this will stay the way it is. We all know that xenophobic discrimination is arbitrary in any case, but what we've seen in the South American context was this extreme criminalization of Venezuelans in the past few years. And in one of my articles with my colleague Leda Paris, what we claim, or the argument we're trying to make, is that since Venezuelans are so similar in many of the markers, compared to Peruvians or other countries in the region, nationality becomes the big marker, and discrimination really focused on Venezuelan nationality and this link to crime for men and prostitution, hypersexualization for women. The final point I would like to make is the need to really take a gendered perspective. In the case of Venezuelan displacement, there was a shift. There was increasing feminization, whereas in the case of the Ukraine displacement crisis, we see a very mainly female population, women and children. Being displaced. And what we've learned from working with psychologists and doing work on mental health, Venezuelan displacement and mental health in the region are two things. Women are, there's this huge debate, I won't go into it, do they report more on anxiety and depression, or are they actually more anxious or depressed? But what we've certainly found is that we need to understand the gendered characteristics of the displacement, the fact that women, because they are caregivers, tend to work less, find the integration process thus to be slower than men, and that this has very serious effects on mental health. And so I would really like to close on this point. I think we really have to think about integration in gender terms, and we really have to take mental health seriously. Of course, giving the trauma of the context of exit and displacement, but also thinking of integration barriers of women who are not necessarily able to work, who are often lonely, alone, taking care of children. And in Europe, I think we have to take this very seriously. It's something we have to look at, and we have to think about strategies of integration, taking the mental health of women very seriously. So these are the points I wanted to make, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. And from Latin America, we are moving to Middle East and to Louise Turner from University of Newcastle, who will talk about Jordan.
Thank you, Katrina, and thanks also for the invitation to be part of this webinar today and for all of the interesting presentations so far. And I'm particularly pleased to be part of this panel that looks at the kind of lessons learned from non-European contexts, because often there's an assumption that the learning has to go the other way. So as Katrina mentioned, I'll talk about Jordan and try to, like my other colleagues, draw out some lessons learned, particularly lessons learned that might be of relevance to the situation in Europe with regard to Ukraine. So in the short time I have, I'll briefly mention Jordan as a host context for those who might be less familiar with it. I'll introduce the Jordan Compact, one of the key instruments used for asylum governance in Jordan, and then look at what I think are two of the lessons learned from that experience. One of which is about exclusions based on nationality, and the second of which is a point about funding, and I'll obviously talk about them in a bit more detail when I come to it. But firstly, for those who aren't aware of Jordan or the refugee context in the Middle East in detail, Jordan is the second highest per capita host of refugees in the world, according to UNHCR. It hosts over 2 million registered Palestinian refugees, most of whom are Jordanian citizens, and over 750,000 other registered persons of concern with UNHCR, including around 650,000 Syrians. Technically, Syrians are not subject to a de facto technically, Syrians are not subject to a prima facie recognition regime, although in practice they essentially are. I can talk about that more if people are interested, but just for the context with relevance to temporary protection. As well as Syrians, there's populations of Iraqis and then much smaller numbers of Yemenis, Sudanese and Somalis, among others. So very high numbers for a population of only approximately 10 million, and a context whose history and politics and society has been indelibly shaped by various migrations, both forced, quote unquote, and voluntary, quote unquote. And so that's the context that I'm talking about, and the context in which I've been researching for the Asylum project over the past couple of years. And so secondly, to introduce the Jordan Compact, which is one of the most important instruments for asylum governance, both in Jordan, and indeed it's had quite a lot of attention across the world as a kind of example of, or perceived example of the humanitarian development nexus, and as a potential example for other contexts too. The Compact in Jordan is very much in line with, although it precedes, the Global Compact for Refugees and the GCR's focus on labour markets, decent work and self-reliance. And so I'm talking about this in part also in response to the various discussions we had earlier this morning about access to labour markets for Ukrainians. So the Jordan Compact, signed in early 2016, is an agreement between the government of Jordan and its donors. It has a couple of focuses, one of which is education, which I won't be talking about today. But the most prominent aspect of the deal was the essentially right to work for Syrians in Jordan, an attempt to integrate, an agreement to attempt to integrate Syrian refugees into the formal labour market in Jordan, with the goal of having 200,000 Syrians working with work permits. Now, I could talk for a long time about how that all played out, but perhaps for now to mention there's been a mixed picture of results. So work permits have been issued in very large numbers, although many people who are still working many people who are working with those work permits still nonetheless work in very poor conditions, live in extreme poverty and vulnerability. And so there's been much less success in terms of trying to provide decent work or have a sort of broader shift in the labour market. But nonetheless, it is, compared to many of Jordan's neighbours and Jordan historically, a very generous aspect of its policy to allow Syrians to gain work permits. And so I'm now going to talk about the two of the the many lessons learned from the Jordan Compact, and I've picked two, as I say, that I thought might be most relevant to today's discussion. And the first of which are about nationality exclusions, because it's one of the most striking examples, or one of the most striking features of the response to the Ukraine crisis has been, in my view, how it's been separated from so many other refugee crises, so-called, and so many other contexts of displacement, and seem to sort of stand alone. And it's interesting from the perspective of the Jordanian context, how Syrians in Jordan are not in the same way, but are also nonetheless given a status that is different to other nationalities who are seeking protection in Jordan. And the Jordan Compact is perhaps the most striking example of this, because the Jordan Compact and the ability to gain work permits through the concessions and labour market reforms that have been conducted applies to Syrian refugees specifically, despite the fact that Jordan, as I mentioned, hosts many other nationalities of asylum seekers and refugees, many of whom have been in the country long before Syrian refugees arrived. And I think it was hoped by many actors that they could start with Syrian refugees and then add other nationalities in afterwards, and that they should bank the gains, as it were, that they could get from Jordan in agreeing to these concessions for Syrians, and then move on to think about other nationalities. And unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. In fact, it seems like in some ways what's happened is that the separation of Syrians from the broader population of protection seekers has become solidified through these constant series of reforms and policies and frameworks that pertain to Syrians specifically. And so I think one of the first lessons that's of great relevance to the context that we're talking about earlier this morning is on the importance of pushing back against this kind of exceptionalism if we want interventions to be fair and consistent with human rights standards and best practices. And then secondly, in terms of the lessons, and finally in terms of the points I wanted to make today, is one about funding. And in a sense, perhaps a point about funding is an obvious thing to say. Funding is key to all of these kinds of interventions. But one of the things that's really striking about the situation in Jordan is that years ago, when Syrians first arrived in Jordan, it was almost unthinkable that they would be given the right to work. And some of the things that are happening now, many of the things that are happening now, would have been written off or dismissed as totally implausible. And there's a lot of things that change that, a lot of complex factors, of course, but one of the key ones is simply about funding, about generous, meaningful, or not even generous, but meaningful, larger, longer-term funding enabled the Jordanian government to dramatically, in some ways, change its policies. And when asked in the fieldwork and research we've been doing for the ASYL project, what might it take to have similar shifts for other nationalities who aren't given as much prominence, funding is often top of the list of what people think is necessary to change it. So I guess the lesson perhaps to take away from that is that perhaps there is more room for maneuver than it's thought. Many people in Jordan, and particularly in the humanitarian sector, think that donors and key organizations didn't push back enough against the government. They didn't exercise their influence enough to push back against that exceptionalism and to try and secure the funding that's necessary for all nationalities. So I'll leave it there. Thanks very much for listening, and looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you so much, Lewis. And I think so far the speakers have built up so much interesting experience. And we have one final presentation by Sophie Nakueda from Max Planck Institute for Social Anthropology. And we are now moving to the experience of Uganda. And please unmute yourself. We still can't hear you, Sophie.
Miriam, would you please share my slide?
Yes, sure.
My PowerPoint presentation. My presentation will focus on Uganda with the hope that its long-term experience with hosting mass refugee influxes might be useful. Let's go to the next slide. Uganda is supported by the UNHCR and other partners in its emergency response. It uses a multi-sectoral approach, which I refer to here as a whole of society approach. This allows different agencies to identify the most vulnerable people at every single focal point. For example, Red Cross has so far reunited 85 children with their parents in the ongoing crisis, which is concurrently taking place alongside Ukraine, but has much escaped media attention. Next slide. For an emergency to be triggered, there must be more than 500 people crossing into Uganda. So far, the emergency response for Uganda has been elevated from level 1 on April 7th to level 2 as of last week. More than 38,000 people have been received to date from the DRC. Uganda has various contingency plans for countries that are in recurring conflict. It is surrounded by DRC, South Sudan, and Burundi, and these are countries that have recurring conflicts. The contingency plan for Congo is updated every 6 months. Next slide. After refugees have been, or people who are seeking asylum have been received, they conduct a level 1 registration to assess the demographic needs and composition of the population. This allows Uganda to respond to the specific needs of the population depending on the number and gender demographic of the population. They are then after grouped into vulnerability categories. For example, women at risk, children, elderly, lactating mothers, and so forth. Together, these people are considered people with specific needs. Next slide. During emergencies, these vulnerability categories are not contested. However, after refugees have been taken to the settlement and are in long-term protracted displacement, there's a contestation of these vulnerabilities because they tend to exclude other experiences of suffering, and thus are reflective of donor interests. Uganda has an open door policy, irrespective of whether there's an emergency or not. However, Uganda has important lessons to show the world because even during heightened restrictions during the pandemic, it still opened its borders to Congo when it had ethnic clashes. During mass influxes, people that come into the country are granted group status. Currently, Congolese refugees from North Kivu and South Kivu have mass refugee status. And in 2015, Burundi was also granted prima facie status. This has been since suspended because the situation in Burundi has improved. Currently, South Sudan and Somalia also enjoy prima facie refugee status. Next slide. So a few lessons we can take from Uganda is that in order to adequately respond to emergency influxes, there needs to be existing standard operating measures which are required for this to happen. And in order for these measures to be successful, refugee policies in non-crisis situations should be strong in the countries that are receiving. Uganda has one of the best policies globally for refugees. Contingency plans are critical to successful interventions. For example, as I explained, every 6 months, the Congolese situation is updated, so it allows the countries to respond accordingly. Collaboration with other partners is particularly critical because it allows vulnerability experiences to be assessed from various perspectives. However, there are currently some challenges. As the ongoing crisis in DRC has shown, people do not want to go into the settlements. So far, they want to remain at transit centers in order to monitor whether the situation will improve so that they can go back to their countries. The transit centers were built to accommodate only 1,000 people, and they're currently over 10,000 people. In order for long-term protection not to be compromised, in protracted displacement, vulnerability criteria must go beyond the stated universal categories used by UNHCR. This can allow other experiences of vulnerability to be accommodated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sophia. We have had now 5 presentations that I think have shown very clearly the very particular integration between local and national context and geopolitical interests and the operation of the kind of interest of the state in this. So thank you so much for these wonderful interventions. We are now going to move to our two discussants, Luca Lixi from the EU Commission and Cecilie Veiby Andersen from the Danish Refugee Council. So over to you first, Luca. Yours.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Give me a nod, great. Okay, thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm Luca Lixi. I'm policy officer in the migration division at the European External Action Service, CEAS. Thanks a lot. It's great to be here, mostly because I see so many familiar faces, and I know, of course, of your projects, the great work that you've been doing, and I really think that an event such as this one is the best way, kind of, to showcase the potential of Horizon-funded migration research. The kind of the reach, the geographical reach that you had in this panel was really outstanding, bringing lessons from really all over the globe. And so this is really something that, as many of you know, I used to work on Horizon migration research. So this is really something that I always insisted on, and it's really great to see it coming together now. I'm not sure I'm in an easy position because the information that was shared was so rich and really cut across many different countries and contexts of which I wasn't that familiar with. So there was a lot of new information coming in. So I was busy noting down, absorbing, and at the same time thinking about kind of how to react to that. But I think maybe there are a few issues, maybe three main ones, also wary of the time, which I want to pick up on, which were mentioned, some which were mentioned, some maybe less so. Starting from the issue of shifting moods and changing reaction. I think this is very much something on which we work on, and one of the greatest concerns, let's say, that we have, of course, is kind of what comes next after this great wave of solidarity. I'm saying nothing new here, but I think that it's really a key to learn from the lessons and examples where we have kind of more longitudinal evidence already in place, and where we can see kind of what went wrong, where, at what point, what could have been done differently. Any experiences of this is really very much important, and it's something that should be clearly kind of communicated to policy audiences in member states, as well as at the EU level, but especially also member states being the ones that are receiving, of course, such high numbers of people in such short period of time, and on organizing their integration systems to accommodate for that. Against, of course, the background of an uncertainty about the duration of the stay, which is also a sort of challenge regarding this integration process. And so also this aspect here, evidence from this aspect specifically around sort of uncertainty. And this was also mentioned by the presentation on Uganda, I think, this sort of wait and see strategy that many have, staying sort of at the margins, really willing to go back, but then becoming sort of getting caught in a protracted situation. And this is really something that we are to avoid, not to worsen, let's say, the already dire situation of many. Second point, maybe that I wanted to touch on is sort of the demographics of displaced. And I think I heard Felina mentioning and stressing in particular the issue of gender, which is, of course, an issue that comes up prominently also in the case of Ukraine. Another issue, though, that wasn't, or at least I didn't pick up on from the presentation, is the issue of children. More than half, I believe, roughly, more than half of the arrivals are children in the context of Ukraine. And of course, this comes with very specific needs that children have regarding inclusion, psychosocial support, most of all schooling continuity in context of different languages as well. And so I think something on which there is great need for research work and evidence, and possibly learning experiences from other contexts as well, it relates to this. I'm not sure if that is particularly available, but it's something that maybe I haven't heard much on, and it's something on which I think many of my colleagues working on this, and especially people in member states, would be most interested in. Coming then, of course, back to the issue of gender, and so really completely agreeing with what Felina was saying for a different context, but it really resonates a lot also to considerations that we're having in our context here. Finally, maybe a point on labor market integration, which is something that was mentioned as well, but I was thinking about it also in a different context of Ukrainians already being a top country of nationality on which many labor markets depended on. And so maybe sort of also stressing that aspect for different contexts helps understand, I don't know, yeah, or think of a way forward in terms of labor market integration of displaced people now as well, with all the challenges that ensue kind of from this, most notably in terms of matching labor market needs with also where people want to go, or where people have family or networks with, etc. And so also sort of learning from other cases around the world, how this sort of occurred, how this was ensured. I think it's key to go back to point number one about kind of foreseeing or preparing for preparing better for the context of shifting moods, and so avoiding that kind of it all goes bust, let's say, at some point, and this solidarity that has really reached unprecedented levels for whatever reasons, but it anyway has reached unprecedented levels, can sort of continue on. So yeah, just maybe in a nutshell, these were the points on which I wanted to pick on, both on things that I've had heard and maybe things that it'd be great to hear more from. And yes, again, thanks a lot. It's really appreciated. A kind of plea also for the projects to reach out through your partners to the national levels and to the local levels where such integration is actually occurring. We have that sometimes, that because of projects are often EU funded, there's, you know, a lot of the discussion also becomes a discussion with the EU institutions, whilst in many situations such as this one, I think there's a lot that, or the most is being done more at the local level, and so finding ways to have access and to feed in such rich information to that level there, I think is key. Thanks a lot. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Luca, for distilling the issues in such a brilliant way. We have a final discussant, so welcome on the floor, Cecilie Weibe Andersen from the Danish Refugee Council.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers for putting together such an interesting panel, and also inviting DSC, who's a partner to the ASIL project, to share a few reflections. Like Lewis, I think it's always useful to bring perspectives and examples from outside of the EU bubble into the debate on the EU approach to refugee protection. So a big thanks to the 5 panelists for really good presentations on how large-scale displacement is addressed outside of the EU. I thought that was very interesting. So based on the topics that you addressed, I would like to share 2 quick reflections and then a couple of questions back to the panel from my side. The first point relates to the tendency, sort of a more general tendency of temporariness in refugee protection that we can see in many different ways, risk leading to substandard levels of protection and can have great consequences for the human beings involved. And in the Ukrainian situation, the TPD was invoked to ensure swift protection of a very large number of people, millions of people, and to ensure that asylum systems across Europe would not be overburdened. And so there's no doubt in my mind that invoking the TPD was the right decision at the right time. But I also think it's important to remember the purpose of introducing a temporary protection scheme in the EU context for people fleeing Ukraine. It was never, and it shouldn't be in the future either, an attempt to limit the rights of people who are in desperate need of protection. And I think generally speaking, and I think we've heard good examples of this today, caution should always be exercised when seeking to introduce something temporary or extraordinary or parallel measures to address refugee protection issues, rather than focusing on building long-term solutions, sustainable institutions or procedures, systems that can encompass different refugee situations. But I mean, the panelists has illustrated how temporary protection schemes can be the right solution, but also come with a full range of challenges. And I just want to zoom in on the effects on people that are very real. I mean, from a dignity perspective, temporariness and the resulting prolonged uncertainty for people can be highly problematic. And from a psychological perspective, and I think this has already been mentioned, living in a limbo can be a constant source of stress. And then we've discussed also the access to labor market that can be affected by temporariness as well. And then there's the issue around temporary protection schemes where create legal gray zones, as these schemes can often change rapidly following political changes in the host country. And I think Louisa mentioned this, exemplified this good from the context in South America and presidential degrees that can change. And then what Lewis pointed to was also, I also think it's a very important point around temporary protection schemes being exclusionary in nature. And they're focused on one specific group of refugees in response to a specific situation. And this obviously, and we also see this in the case of Ukrainians, calls for attention to the risk of discriminatory practices developing in these responses. And I would always think it's good to remember that the EU member states have, with the GCR, committed to ensure long-term solutions for refugees. So that should be the baseline. Secondly, and very briefly, I would like to underline the importance of involving civil society in ensuring effective protection of refugees. And like in many other large-scale displacement crises, the refugee situation in Europe since the war in Ukraine clearly showed the importance of civil society actors, including refugees and diasporas themselves, in quickly responding to the needs of those seeking protection. And in DRC, as many other actors, of course, we've experienced a huge need for legal assistance, legal counseling on these complex and parallel procedures, both when people are crossing the border, when in country as well, when trying to meet all the documentary requirements for registering for TP and possibilities of return and family unifications. And this will certainly also be the case when in the future. Civil society will also have an important role when it comes to providing knowledge of the protection implications of new policies and of monitoring and ensuring the states are held accountable. And I think Joe's example of the civil society's lobby work in South Africa that led to a 12-month grace period for Zimbabweans offer temporary protection is a good example of this. So just, if I have time, a couple of questions to the panel. I think several of you have pointed to this in different ways, either in terms of ethnicity or nationality, but these discriminatory practice that we are experiencing now in Europe by minorities and third country nationals from Ukraine, both at border crossings and within when seeking protection. I would be very interested in hearing what your recommendations would be to addressing these based on the different contexts and models of temporary protection that you have described. And then maybe also to turn a little bit to some of the positive elements of temporary protection. I think with this being the first time that EU has invoked the Temporary Protection Directive, it has been on the basis of great political and public willingness to show solidarity and protection of people. And having discussed the many challenges in temporary protection, I think it's also clear that there are promising practices that have been identified by the 5 panelists. So I just maybe a little bit broad question on how do we ensure that the lessons learned from both the Ukrainian response and other temporary protection schemes translate into good practice or informs the implementation of the GCR more broadly. So thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I'm stunned by both the self-discipline that everyone has had in keeping to time, but nevertheless presenting so rich narratives from many different contexts, and to the 2 discussants for really, I think, building very, very closely on what everyone said and coming back with some quite challenging issues. So I would like to go back to the panelists first and ask if anyone would like to pick up on any of those aspects, if it is more detailed on particular groups, or if it's more general towards the temporality, or perhaps some of the concrete lessons and recommendations. So there's a lot here to pick up on. I don't know if I should put people on the spot, or if you want to sort of come back more sort of voluntarily, or I think it's a lot to think about. So perhaps we will go for the more voluntary one. And let's start with Luisa Felina, and as you raise your hand, so that's great.
Sure, I could say something about the issue raised by Luca on children. So definitely, yeah, absolutely. And I think when we look at the data and the experience from the Venezuelan displacement crisis, where I think I mentioned it, and it's almost implicit when we say displacement of women that goes hand in hand with children. And I mentioned the caring responsibilities, but that's the women, right? And their mental health. We also need to look at the children specifically. Absolutely agree. And I think what we can learn from Latin America is that we have to do that quickly, right? Because, and again, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a developmental psychologist, but we know that trauma, and this again goes hand in hand, the trauma experienced by the children, but also the trauma experienced by the mothers, and even by pregnant mothers on the unborn children, it's all interlinked, and it's huge, right? And I think that here, swift and quick action is necessary. And that goes hand in hand with another point I wanted to make. I think there is this danger, especially when displacement crises are so acute and politicized in the geopolitical context. For some reason, there's this idea that this will not necessarily be a long-term problem. This is something very acute, that we have to deal with right now. But I think it is difficult both for societies and policymakers to really understand that this is not necessarily a short-term problem or scenario or challenge, and that these short-term displacement scenarios might very well turn into protected displacement crises, and that we have to look at vulnerable groups such as women and children from the beginning and think of sustainable action to ensure their integration and mental health. And that has been done too late in Latin America. So that is like the very concrete lesson we can learn. It's partly due to COVID. It's not only due to COVID. So we have huge problems now, and I'm not an expert, but I know from the work done by others, when we look at the lack of integration, both in institutional terms and in terms of schooling. And here again, the Latin American context is different to Europe. In some countries, there was no school for 2 years. And countries and local municipalities are not well prepared to now include the additional number of displaced Venezuelans, but also in socio-psychological terms. So I absolutely agree. And my recommendation would be to look at this as quickly as possible and to, conceptualize the possibility that this might very well be protracted or longer term displacement, and that we have to look at the development of children and how we can help them as effectively as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any of the other panelists who would like to come in at this point?
Hi, sorry, it's Jo here. I mean, just to build on the mental health piece, I mean, we know that, you know, this is something that obviously is under, you know, under researched, under responded to. I mean, I think there are some good practice examples globally, but I think what we often struggle to do is better link for, you know, particularly for, you know, for state responses, the ways in which structural determinants of poor mental health play out, and the role that access to, for example, documents, security, knowing how policy processes are working, how, you know, sort of protection mechanisms work and should work. And I think we underestimate the impact that this has day to day. And so there's quite a lot of work, I think, that's been done, and we're involved in some of it in South Africa, but with colleagues in other countries on the continent, around the role of these daily stressors. And it's the ways in which obviously all of this links through. And so the linkages between access to security in the broadest sense, access to documentation, and how that has all these knock-on effects around access to basic services, the right to work, children in schools, etc. And I think that's where some of the policy shifts we see, and we're seeing this in South Africa at the moment, where we might end up in a situation where children have the right to remain in South Africa, but parents then lose the right to remain in South Africa based on the documentation that they currently hold. And so what happens in those situations, for example? And I think it links back also to, there was mention around sort of xenophobia and so forth. And I think that, you know, we also underestimate how the impact of that constant threat and fear of both direct violence, but also the structural violence that comes from that. So a fear of accessing services that would offer support to obtaining or renewing permits, for example, for fear of the ways in which people are treated. And so I think, yeah, it's just a recognition of how all of this is linked, and the need for us to find ways, I think, to bring together the various sectors working on these issues. You know, in South Africa, we've tried for years and years and years to bring the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Health, for example, into the same room. And it's impossible because the mandates are not seen as interconnected. The same with the Department of Labor, you know, and so I think this is one of the bigger challenges we sit with, where the language of protection, asylum seeking, crisis, humanitarianism, and so on is seen very much as outside of an administrator of policy, you know, an implementer of policy, or they're supposed to implement the policy. But in our case with Home Affairs, and trying to find ways to cut across those cross-cutting issues that you know, we know are key, I think is something we're failing to do.
Wonderful, thank you, Jo. I think we're moving to Luis first, and then to Lisa, and then Sophie. I'll bring you in as number 3.
Hi, yes, thank you. And I mean, to follow on very briefly from what Jo said just there, I think, yes, the attention to how things work within governments and different ministries and how all these actors join up or not in terms of seeing their role in implementing it is really vital and often sidelined in analysis and research. I suppose I just wanted to offer a few brief responses to the discussants. Thank you very much for your comments, and perhaps one thing in response to each. So it was interesting. Luca was talking about the sort of what happens in the longer term and how some nationalities, for example, Ukrainians, are often already connected into labour markets or are often already working other places or have those networks. And I think one of the challenges that that is often seen is when you think to that longer term perspective, the kind of categories that people fall into or the ways that people are categorized often don't reflect the fact that they have like these multiple layers of connections, and that people were often, for example, migrant workers before they became refugees or before they became people under temporary protection. And I think that's one of the important things when in terms of thinking beyond the initial, beyond the initial response. In terms of Cecilia's comments about challenging the discriminatory practices, I mean, I'm not going to pretend I have any silver bullets here or sort of magic solutions to this, although I suppose perhaps just to emphasize one of the points I was trying to bring across in the presentation, that I think actually the experience in Jordan, which may be transferable to some places and may not be transferable to others, is that I think donors probably underestimate their power actually in making those kinds of changes possible. So the number of interlocutors, for example, who say one of the real problems we have in working with not people who aren't Syrian or Jordanian, and the people who are Iraqi or Sudanese or Somali or Yemeni are often in the most need. They repeatedly say one of the problems we have is, yes, government policy, but also donor policy, which restricts who we can work with. And so people often highlight, for example, the BPRM, I always get this acronym wrong, the Bureau of Population, Refugees and Migration, I believe, from the United States, as one of the donors who don't put extra restrictions on nationalities. So I think that's maybe one small, step in the right direction, is actually perhaps sometimes donors don't recognize their power. And then finally, I just wanted to say, I think the conversation that was happening about kind of mental health support is really vital, and again, kind of understudied, under-researched, under-emphasized, underfunded also. And I think one of the aspects that I've done in work sort of particularly prior to coming into the ASYL project was looking at the position of refugee men and masculinities in humanitarian work. And it was always really fascinating to me how often humanitarian actors would assume that kind of work or psychosocial support or mental health support just wasn't relevant to the men that they were working with. And I think these are really challenging conversations, because it feels hard to make these kind of interventions without inadvertently trying to sort of put groups against each other or try and say who has the most need. And that's certainly, none of that is what I'm trying to do. But I think it's a really complex area. But I think also understanding the gendered perceptions of donors and humanitarian actors in these spaces is really important. And I was very struck, for example, by what might be categorized as a public non-response to the ways that so many men cannot even leave Ukraine. It feels like in the public discourse that was almost like, oh, well, someone's got to do the fighting, I suppose. I mean, it was the fact that there hasn't been more said about this, more debated about this, I think is also interesting. But to emphasize, that's not to say that these resources should be for groups of men instead of groups of women or instead of groups of children, but absolutely additionally more resources are needed on all counts.
Thank you, Luis. Luisa, Felina?
Yeah, thank you so much, Joe. You reminded me of another point I wanted to make, which has been very similar for the South American context, and that is the need for regularization, not so much for integration in terms of inclusion in the formal labor market. Here we have to understand that we're talking about economies that are largely 70% informal, not even necessarily to receive public services, because there's a lot of discrimination still occurring. But nevertheless, what we found, and we have panel studies where we can compare documented and undocumented Venezuelans, and the impact on mental health is huge. And now we can say, well, who cares? That's only, that's good for them, but why do we care as a society? And that is another point I wanted to stress more. We have to care about mental health, right? Because the implications, not only for the individual displaced person, but for society is huge. And if we want to talk to policymakers, the cost of having large populations with very high levels of anxiety and depression are also huge. So absolutely, regularization, documentation also as a necessity for mental health and integration in socio-psychological terms. And then there was a question on the mental health of women and what explains it. I posted a link to an opinion, well, it's more than an opinion piece, but a little article we published in America's Quarterly. And we basically treat the first lockdown in Peru during the COVID-19 pandemic as a little experiment. And what we see is that it took women much longer to go back to work, and basically they stayed home while men returned to work much quicker. And there certainly is a correlation between working and mental health. And I think that's another thing that Europe should really think about and could learn from the South American context, that migrants, displaced people, refugees, they can work, and they work from the very first day they arrive. And that's important for them, for the integration, and for the receiving societies. And I think that's something that Europe should think about and consider beyond the Ukraine displacement crisis. Thanks.
Thank you. There was a lot of nodding there, I noticed. Over to you, Sophie. And you have to unmute yourself. Yes.
I just want to make a comment on how Uganda deals with the influx of children. In Uganda's response, usually we have more children coming into the country than men. So it's a large population of children and women. And a different number of civil society organizations have recognized the need to focus on children-friendly spaces, and also have introduced accelerated learning programs for children. The challenge that came up during fieldwork was that the number always exceeds the planned resources. So going forward, lessons for you for the EU could be to anticipate many children and to also think about it in terms of long-term planning, because this may actually end up into a protracted situation. However, the refugees that we get are usually from non-English speaking countries. DRC, for example, has French-speaking systems. And so refugees who come also have capacities that can be used in classrooms to translate. So many of the classrooms have interpreters. You have an English teacher from Uganda and then an interpreter from Congo or South Sudan to translate for the children. So that is one thing that could be a takeaway from the Ugandan context. Regarding mental issues, mental health issues have been prioritized and seen as very important. And this came up in the interviews I conducted with people in the health departments, but also with the refugees themselves. One particular refugee said after being gang raped, he almost committed suicide, but was helped by the mental health agency. However, during COVID, many of these agencies had their funding suspended, and it was reported later that many refugees committed suicide. So there was a link between the cutting of funds for mental health programs and the number of suicides that came up. So as a lesson for the EU, this is something that should not be taken lightly and should be emphasized, not just for men, but also for children. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sophie. Over to you, Leitha. And please do post questions in the question and answer box if you have any as well.
Thanks, Catherine. Thanks to the discussants and to everyone for posting these questions. I wanted to pick up from what Joe just said on the relations and communication between government agencies. And I wanted to expand on my presentation on Brazil and give an example coming from Brazil. The first one is the CONARE, the National Council of Refugees. It's the one that decides whether to provide or not refugee status. And after the Venezuelan crisis, it started providing group recognition to large numbers of refugees, 20,000, for example. It started right after Venezuelan displacement. And this happened because CONARE is a joint institution. It includes representatives by 7 ministries, UNHCR, and representatives of the civil society. So by having an institution as this one, all these different actors are forced to dialogue and to communicate and to listen to each other. The second example from Brazil is Operation Shelter, which is a massive operation that includes an enormous amount of institutions. Every single ministry is included as well. Used to be run by a branch of the executive, but right now is based at the Ministry of Citizenship. But basically what they do is that they receive shelter and provide access to basic services to Venezuelans crossing the border, at the border between Venezuela and Colombia, and Brazil. So Operation Shelter has many problems, but it is another institutional organization where all these different institutions are forced to be together and to coordinate their action. Another example that I wanted to give is from Colombia. In Colombia, Migración Colombia, which is the main institution that manages refugee and migration flows, is hosted not at the Ministry of Interior, as it usually happens, but at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So this also has an impact on the understandings and the ways of managing this, because as we all know, there are very different focuses on the Ministries of Foreign Affairs than Ministries of Home Affairs. And there was a question in the chat box on protection and regionalism, and whether protection should be something that could be addressed more at the regional or global level. So the answer, my answer to that is both, but first regional level. Why regional level? Because of many things. First, because of shared interdependencies. And well, coming from South America, I'm building from the South America example and very long projects on regionalism. Let's remember that South America has regional integration projects as ideas of getting together that last for more than 100 years, have been there for 100, 150 years, so longer than the European Union. So this idea of South America together, and we have a project and we should be together, has been on there forever. So I think that building from all these ideas and shared projects, yes, there should be regional responsibility. But apart from ideas and ideals of unity, there are also shared norms. There are shared regional regimes for hosting these people, and we should use them. But at the same time, we have to take into account the scale of large-scale displacement. As I mentioned before, Venezuela is one of the greatest, one of the largest displacement crises in the world, and we have to take into account the capacities that these states have to manage such a large scale crisis. And finally, on the issue of protection and the meaning of protection, and given that we are in a panel that looks, beyond Europe and beyond the global north, I wanted to mention that in the work that we have done here at the Migration Policy Center of the European University Institute for the Asylum project, we have looked at the different meanings that protection, right now we are all talking about protection, right? But protection doesn't have a standard meaning. What we have looked at in our work that we have done here are the different meanings that protection acquire in different contexts. And we found an enormous variance in the meaning of protection. In some countries, for instance, Brazil has a very expansive understanding in practice of protection that basically is equal rights to Brazilian nationals. But then we go to Bangladesh, which was other of our case studies, and protection should be something strictly temporary, very strictly temporary. Same for Jordan, same for Turkey. They look at protection as something very, very strictly temporary with very different meanings and very different access to a very different sets of rights depending on nationality, depending on time frame, depending on many things. So my last point was that one. We should not take protection as something given or something standard according to our definition.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And I wanted to pick up on the question about protection and the sort of regional versus global responsibility. And I wondered if any of the other panelists from any of the other regions would like to come in on that, because I think also perhaps that it looks quite different from different regions in terms of how that works. So it would be really interesting to hear if anyone have any other reflections on that. Yes, Sophie, go ahead.
My findings in Uganda showed that Uganda has a whole of society approach where it looks at protection from a broad range of angles. Different agencies come together, and as someone told me, what we all do is protection, whether it's terms of livelihood, health, shelter, education, that is what they do. And in doing that, they are informed by the 3 durable solutions. The first one being voluntary repatriation, which they know that people cannot exercise immediately. People cannot go back to Congo. So they often aim for integration. So in the integration of refugees into Uganda, they plan for developmental goals and plans that are inclusive of refugees. So the challenge is only resources, but otherwise they have templates where they look at refugees as coming to stay in the country for long. And when it comes to settlements, the prioritization of protection goes to particular groups. And that is the elderly and lactating mothers and partners, which are usually shaped by donor interests or availability of funds. So that's how the Ugandan context looks at protection. Long-term, but for a certain number of people and prioritized groups.
Any other interventions on this topic? There is a question from Jérôme Elie from ICWA, wondering about whether there is actually some evidence that the European Commission is looking at some of these experiences from other regions. There has been one intervention, I think, from Elspeth Guild in the chat on this. I wonder if there's any other ones who would like to come in, or Elspeth, even if you're there, if you would like to come in on that as well, as you had some examples, but happy to hear from anyone on this.
I don't have anything more to answer. I was just very curious.
Okay. So do we know? Unfortunately, our discussant from the European Commission has left us, but do we know if there actually are currently any kind of discussions at the kind of policy level about this learning from these experiences? Or is this actually a very important discussion and we need to write it up and make sure that it gets into the conversation?
What could we do that they start looking at other regions? I don't know, I'm asking. I mean, we're all here, but what else could we do?
I think it's a very good point. And I think that some of the challenges that Cecilia, you gave us in terms of thinking productively is really part of this discussion. There's one thing that I feel that it would be interesting to hear more about from the panelists, which is the issue of temporality and the issue of this kind of indication. And I think we see this very clearly in some of the, even in some of the academic interventions, that commentaries that has come in the context of the Ukraine crisis, the sort of legitimation of the language of temporariness, also as a way of making host populations almost accepting that people can come because it's only temporary. And I think the impact on that, of course, is interested me greatly over the years, but it would be interesting to hear more about those reflections from the different regions, and even, you know, in the South African case, which is, it's very important, as both Joe, you said, and Cecilia said, you know, that we had to act quickly, and you make a temporary measure to make things happen. But and even for a grace period, it is important to mobilize and to make sure that you gain enough time to make the kind of needed interventions. But on the longer term, what are the consequences of these types of temporary measures, which from the different regions we could probably identify quite a lot of significant impacts on that. So if anyone wants to come in on that, I would be very, very grateful, because I think it's a very important point, which also relates to this kind of changing of moods that Luca talked about earlier. Sophie, go ahead.
Just to give an example of the northern Uganda situation, a while back, the community in northern Uganda voluntarily gave its land with the understanding that the South Sudanese people were going to come and only for a temporary basis and leave. Because while Uganda has a policy that every refugee that comes to Uganda is awarded a piece of land, they only have land in particular areas, southwestern Uganda, where I conduct field work. But in other areas where the refugees come from, near the border of South Sudan, that land belongs to the community. It does not belong to any one particular individual. So the government has, with UNHCR, had to negotiate access to that land. So after several years of staying with the host community, they felt duped by UNHCR and the government, because they gave their land with the understanding that this was a temporary solution. So it led to a lot of clashes between the host community and the refugees. However, it was also a learning lesson, because then it led to the ReHope framework, the refugee and host community population. Because UNHCR also realized that the community must benefit from the presence of refugees. It was causing hostilities because all the aid and humanitarian interventions were going to only refugees, and yet the community that had invited them to their land was equally poor and struggling. So with the refugee and host community framework, both the host community and the refugees benefit from these interventions equally.
Thank you, Sophie. So that was a way of solving it in the Ugandan case. Any others would like to come in from the other countries and regions? Luis, please go ahead.
Thank you. It's a great question, and I hope I'm going to be able to say something coherent about it, because there's so many different angles that one could take from it. And I mean, Katrina, as you know well from your own research, the Middle East is a region in which, for many people, the term refugee, in fact, doesn't signal temporariness, it signals permanence and permanent exile, because of the history of the Palestinian dispossession and the continued occupation of Palestine. And so, in fact, often not calling people refugees was a way to signal temporariness, which also speaks to Leisa's great point about kind of the different meanings of protection and how these terms travel or are contested, which I think is something also that we found on other questions and sort of key concepts that we've been investigating. I think in the case of Syrians living in Jordan, there's been a repeated pattern in which, in order to preserve the vision of temporariness, certain policy measures have been stalled or refused, but have come much later. So the initial reluctance of the government to build refugee camps for Syrians is explained by a range of factors, but I think one important factor is certainly that refugee camps, again, in this context, signal permanence. They signal people setting up home, again, in a way that might look different or be perceived differently in other contexts. And similarly, around the issues I was talking about earlier regarding working rights were for a long time held off, again, for a range of reasons, but certainly in the mix of those reasons was the idea that, well, if people work here, they'll put down roots here. If people work here, then they won't go back. And again, kind of events overtake those considerations, maybe. I don't know quite how to say it, but because the situations have become very protracted, as they so often and increasingly do, those considerations are overridden by other factors. Now, of course, one response to that analytically is to say, well, the best response is to skip that stage, right? And just to accept from the start that things are going to be longer term. This links also to Luca's earlier comments about longer term planning, but politically, of course, that's often impossible or very challenging to try and make those kind of declarations very early on, because exactly as you say, temporariness is often a way that a mechanism that people use to try and get their populations to accept the presence of non-citizens or people seeking protection. So it's certainly a conundrum, but I think just finally then, the evidence from Jordan is that, again, it kind of plays out in similar and different ways in different contexts, which again often are related to the specific socio-political, historical situation in different parts of the world. But thanks for it. It's a great question.
Would anyone else want to come in on this? I wonder, Cecilia, if you had any reflections yourself from the position of the Danish Refugee Council, if that was allowed to come back to you with that.
Well, definitely allowed. I mean, I think the whole question on temporariness is, for us, is also a matter of European countries, and in particular the Danish, where I do work, to try to increase temporariness of people who are recognized as refugees. So within the ordinary asylum system, and the consequences that we are seeing of that in terms of people's life basically falling apart while cases are being reassessed, even though they might end up staying in the country, but just that whole uncertainty that's sort of put back into the mix for people, we see very severe consequences of. So that was sort of another perspective to it. Here today, of course, we are more discussing what temporariness as sort of the scheme. I mean, in nature, this would be a temporary scheme, but of course, it's necessary to see the next step. So if people are not able to return within those 2 years that are already running now, what will happen then? How will the link be to the asylum procedures? There will be so many legal challenges there that we can foresee, and we just know that it's important for people to have certainty. And I mean, every one of us would have the same. I assume if you don't know where your life will be in a couple of time, and you don't even know if you are able to decide whether to stay or whether to return, if possible, then that of course affects your ability to provide for your family, to have a full life, and that is definitely consequences that we see on temporariness. So that's the concern, but also recognizing obviously that a lot of the people that we meet already now from Ukraine want to return as soon as possible. So that is also, I mean, temporary. We don't have to talk about this as something that has to be long-term. Many will not want a long-term solution, but just a solution where people are actually able to have a full and rich life where they're staying, and which would also enable them to contribute to the societies that they're in. I think that's very basic. And talking about mental health, which I really enjoyed that discussion. Now I think it's true that it's lacking in many for us. The consequences of lengthy asylum processing times, I mean, are very real in this area. And families that are not able to, that sort of fall apart because the parents are living in uncertainty for so long, and the consequences this has on children. I think we're starting to see documentation of this in the European context that I know the most of, and yeah. So thanks for bringing those perspectives also in for the panelists.
Thank you so much. So I would like to maybe go back to both the panelists and the project leaders at this point and ask, based on what we have heard now in the first and the second session, I think we have brought together very interesting reflections on the kind of the temporariness and the experience of the kind of uncertainty, and how can we bring in some of the huge, massive experience that we see from across the world in terms of how do we communicate this now in a way? Where do we go from here? We're in a unique position where we can bring those two different experiences together, and I think it's very seldom in both academia and in policy to actually bring the European and the rest of the world experience together. So this is a crucial moment. So I would really like to hear from you how we can move from here and how these projects can help us to do that. Luke, I saw you were nodding. I don't know if you wanted to.
I can go first, but that's an excellent question, and I think it's this whole discussion which we had in the Werner project, but in other projects as well, on how we can have our findings that are put in such a way that are understandable for policymakers. So I think there is this necessity for us to work on that, to make sure that we don't only communicate our findings in a scientific way, so to say, but we also try to translate them in a language that is accessible to policymakers. And that's always a challenge, of course, because we'll never come with solutions that are ready to be implemented as such. So we come most often with questions. But I think that's a direction we can take. And to be very concrete, and maybe Sergio and I can say a few words after that, after me on that as well. But what we'll do following this event, for example, is really to take some key takeaways and to communicate them to the policymakers, not as policy recommendation, but simply key points that were raised in the discussion, and that can be useful for them when thinking about replies to the current situation. And I'd say that a few more words in terms of content, but that's for the end of the event. So I would just give a little bit of suspense here in terms of content, what we see in terms of content and what kind of main message I'd see. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio, did you want to follow up? Or,
Hakan was ready. Hakan?
Yeah, I can go if you don't mind, Sergio. Well, the main challenge with reaching the policymakers is that they have to listen to their constituencies, their preferences, rather than to researchers. They do listen to us, but what they have to take into consideration in order to come back to the office after the next elections is what their constituencies and what their voters say about these issues. So they listen to them more. That's the first challenge. In that respect, in my project, we have been doing research about how to depoliticize human rights issues and international refugee protection issues by looking at how they are politicized at different levels. So this information would be important. The politicization effect has to be dealt with first of all, in order to reach the policymakers with these. I would agree with Luke about having a different communication strategy towards policymakers, but the problem is not that they don't understand our language. They are really very well educated, highly educated. They understand us. They understand the situation better than us. This is my experience with in my interactions with them. Another challenge in this respect is to make these findings so concise in pill size. They can just swallow it in 1 second, and then they can look whether they can use these despite the fact that their constituencies might be thinking in other terms than what research finds. So the political aspect is extremely important here, which should be taken into consideration. When we give recommendations to policymakers, it's also important to give some hints about how to make this pass in the political landscape, the difficult political landscape that they're operating in. Thanks.
Thank you, Sergio.
Yes.
Just if I can just jump in, my apologies, Sergio, just to say, I didn't mean that the policymakers cannot understand. what we say. Of course, that's not what I meant. What I meant was much more what you just said at the end, Aken, that you need to find a different way of labeling it and to really put the finger on what's important for the policy debate. So that's what I meant, just to be clear on this. Thank you. And my apologies.
Yes, I mean, we are coming a long way, you know, in the conversation about policy and research interactions, and you know, there's very good scholarly coverage on how to not be, you know, not to be too naive in the way in which we consider who is or what to consider to be policy or policymaker, and who is to be considered to be researcher, and so forth, and the many interactions that actually take place. And there are different theories there that explain and help us to understand how interactive models of knowledge creation and understandings have been very influential and continue to be very influential. When it comes to a design of these kind of projects, by design, you know, we were supposed to include very specific methods in which we do and will not only communicate what we do, but actually engage in these kind of interactions. And I can tell you, based on my personal experience, you know, approaching this through a checks and balances approach, in the sense that, you know, what is the role of parliaments or parliamentarians, you know, not only national parliaments, but also regional parliamentarians in keeping accountable, you know, people taking decisions, and particularly governments and officials, is crucial to consider. And in fact, in a asylum policy brief that we published, we call for you know, parliamentary diplomacy, an inter-regional parliamentary mechanism on refugee protection, where these practices, this knowledge, these you know, experiences would not only be exchanged, but also be fed in democratic accountability. So when looking at governments, I was going to say sometimes wrongdoings, so to keep them accountable when they don't deliver. But also the role of civil society. In the Asylum project, Cecilia mentioned the role of the DRC, and we have a civil society group, and at the moment we will soon launch a forum on the impact of the so-called whole of society or partnership approach to independent civil society actors, and the role of NGOs, not only on delivering protection, but also keeping governments accountable. An independent civil society role in upholding human rights and watchdog roles. So how this partnership approach or whole of society approach sometimes blur and raise expectations from civil society, which undermine their role, very important role as human rights defenders around the world, you know, working with people, with anybody, irrespective of status. So this is also something, the, you know, engagement of and careful consideration of how these global compacts, understandings of, you know, the role and potential contribution of NGOs may also be too naive in contexts where NGO representatives are criminalized or persecuted themselves. And then the role of academics in all this. I mean, for me, it's really crucial. So if an academic working on migration studies really take issue on not only on societal impacts of the policies we are discussing, but also the role in informing policies, and academics, you know, there are many of academics who do take issue with the politicization and the politics on this, how projects like ours actually play also a role of, you know, for policymakers to justify their actions and or inactions. So I think this is something that research, also academic research, plays a crucial role, not to be underestimated. And that is why also I believe so important that EU funds social sciences and humanities work. That this is really clearly indicated, the huge relevance that this may have, perhaps not for the policy choices of the day, but for those certainly of, you know, tomorrow, and you know, and linking the past and the tomorrow for a better understanding where we are and where we are going. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in the interest of time, I think I will draw a close there. I saw, Lisa, feeling you had your hand up, but you put it down. Thank you so much for a very, very rich session with amazing presentations. I can't believe how much we managed to cover in this 1 hour and 45 minutes. It's been very inspiring as well to see some of the common questions that we have across different regions, but also I think the kind of local and national context that we need to take into account for every situation we're trying to deal with. So I hope this is going to be a very important lesson that we can bring into the Ukraine discussion even more actively as well through this project. So thank you so much again. Thank you for everyone who's attended, for questions and interventions. For those of you who now need a break, it's I guess it's lunch break in many parts of the world that are represented here, but not for all. There's about an hour's break for lunch, and please come back after lunch if you have the time. Thank you so much to everyone. It's been really amazing. Thank you.